Committee Room 29, sound. 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 Committee Room 29. 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 Sound.
Okay, is that us an open session? Okay, good afternoon members, and welcome to this afternoon's sitting of the Education Committee. So just the usual housekeeping to start, advise members that the committee meeting will be recorded and broadcast throughout Parliament buildings and online, and I would advise those in the public gallery that they're welcome to use mobile devices as long as they're in airplane mode and that all devices are muted, and would remind everyone in the room it's not permitted to take photographs or record any part of the meeting. So, item 1 on the agenda is apologies. So I have apologies from the Deputy Chair, Pat Sheehan, and we have advice from Julie, Cara and John that they are attending remotely. I don't have any other apologies unless there are any others.
I think I'm right in saying that Julie has an appointment, so we'll be joining late.
So apologies for lateness, that's fine. Okay, item 2 on the agenda is Chairperson's business. So just a couple of things to cover, hopefully briefly. Members will recall I had agreed, there was an invite came to myself and the Deputy Chair to attend a sort of cross departmental, I suppose, if you could say that between EA, the department, and with elected reps at Glenveigh Special School. So I had attended that on behalf of the committee. That took place last week. I don't want to get into substantial operational sort of level of detail around this particular issues at Glenveigh School, but it was a very helpful meeting in terms of understanding those wider pressures around special schools in Belfast, and particularly the capital challenges around lack of space to grow to meet the pressure on spaces, and lack of available sites even for schools that were wanting to move to split site arrangements. So those issues were discussed in detail, and I would like to put on record my thanks to the school for inviting the committee to attend, because I think it really did provide very, very helpful insight into those wider pressures. But in terms of the Glenveigh specific stuff, there was specific information shared with the school around some potential facility being released, and it could impact a number of special schools who require additional administrative support to run their operation, and some assurances around urgent engagement around ongoing disrepair issues. It did come to light that there did seem to have been a breakdown of communication around that, and the EA were very keen to get that re-established, so hopefully that will go forward. And then, as I said, there was the wider discussion on the special school provision. Very, very clear capacity issues, particularly around Belfast, which was the focus of the meeting. So it was agreed from the committee's perspective that it would be left as an open door for the school to correspond, but I think it would be potentially a useful briefing to hear, I think, specifically around those, because the committee's interest is largely strategic in this, after recess, if members are agreed around the planning and capital position around increasing special school capacity in Belfast, because it is when we look at placements, really, really substantial pressures. And I've actually just had a written question in just before committee started from the Minister confirming it is around 66 places of pressure in the special school estate in Belfast, so that is really quite substantial numbers for September. So maybe seek members' agreement on that action, and then I'm going to bring Danny in as he'd indicated. Are we agreed to get a briefing on those issues? Danny?
Thanks, Chair, and this will feed into it because the pressures in Belfast and special schools, a number of parents contacted me this week regarding children who are in a special school that only goes to P4, and that transition into P5. There's 23 children have no information.
Is this Oakwood?
Yeah, I wasn't going to. It's Oakwood. Yeah,
no, I mean it's the school which has that system.
Yeah, so it is Oakwood, and to my knowledge, it's all the children, but that may not be the case to date right now. Maybe there's an update on that, but the vast majority of the children anyway have no information, have not been placed yet, and the parents are really worried because they're being told maybe the end of the month they'll get some information. But as we all know, we're going to recess in 2 weeks' time, schools are finishing, and the big question for me to the EA and the department is, these are children well known. I can't wrap my head around why they're the last to find this out once again. And I know there's pressures, but I don't think it's good enough from them.
No, absolutely. I just want to make a correction. The 66 pressure in places is across special schools, not just Belfast. So just want to clarify that. Yeah, absolutely. I think the pressures around Oakwood, children who finish at age 8, we have kind of built in a transition for those children that other kids in special schools don't have. So I know there are a lot of parents who are very worried. And in my own constituency, Oakwood has a satellite site in Saintfield where their first cohort who are going to hit that transition will be for next September, but those parents are already starting to get in touch to say they're very concerned. So there are real issues with that. I'd be happy in addition to seeking that briefing to write again, I think, to the EA in this instance rather than department around what specifically is being done around the pressures with that transition at age 8 at Oakwood that doesn't exist for those 3 to 19 special schools, if you're content with that, if members are all agreed.
100%.
Yeah, because parents are rightly really concerned, and we're right at the end of the academic year here. So,
Thank you.
Okay. Any other actions arising from that, or are we agreed? That's fine. The only other thing I wanted to raise, and it is very briefly, we have seen the launch of the new curriculum framework going out yesterday and the consultation on that. I have had a brief scan. I had a wee bit of trouble just locating where all the subject specific stuff is, but I have now found that. There's a huge volume of material there to work through. I have no doubt we're going to receive a lot of contact from various subject specialists who want to input into that. So I think we should probably prepare ourselves that we'll need to build a bit of time in after summer to hear quite a substantial amount of evidence on that. But I think it would be appropriate to seek a briefing from the department at this stage, as we'll still be in live consultation mode in September. So it would be good to get an idea of what actually is out there and now on the table. And I can't emphasise enough, it's a big volume of material, so we may have our work cut out for us over the next while if members are agreed on that. Agreed. Okay. That takes us on then to item 3 on the agenda, and that's declarations of interest. Do any members have any declarations that they need to make in relation to any items on today's agenda? No.
Chair,
sorry, Carrie. Yes,
just as usual, I sit on the AI Ethics Board outside just in case AI again seems to come up every week. So. Yeah.
That's grand, Cara, that's noted. If anything else should arise, obviously please do indicate, and that can be noted. Item 4 is matters arising. Don't have anything to raise on matters arising. Dana, you wanted to come in there?
Michelle was in first for me. No, mine just did. I met with the business office this week just to let you know that I've commissioned to work with them on a number of amendments. Now they're just really tidy up amendments, to be honest, from what the evidence we've taken so far on my private members bill. Again, I'm still happy to work with everybody as we go along with this, but as soon as I have the amendments, I will send it into the committee and we'll get them tabled as soon as possible. But honestly, I'm here to keep listening, keep working away on whatever needs to be done to whatever concerns. Some of it was from the departments, but it's very much like a tidy up exercise so far.
That's a really positive update, and I'm sure, I think if you can get those amendments when they arrive through from the Bills Office to the clerk, we'll get those tabled as soon as we can so they appear in the earliest opportunity on an agenda. I think really the hope would be that we'd have those amendments to look next week. Would be really to keep us on track with our timelines on that. Sorry, I have noticed there is a matter arising which I need to just cover, and then I will bring you in, Michelle. Apologies. So we do have correspondence in which is in your tabled papers, and that is at page 4 of tabled papers, and it's correspondence from the Speaker. So this is very welcome news in relation to the committee bill on the school uniform trousers bill, and it's just I'll read the text of letters. It's very short. It's from the Speaker. Thank you for your correspondence received on the 27th of May, with which you enclosed a copy of the above bill. I'm satisfied that the bill is within the legislative competence of the Assembly. And now we are now in a position where if the committee wishes to introduce the bill to the Assembly, that we can take the process forward through the Business Office. So I hope that we can now proceed to that stage. So we'll leave it at that then. I'm assuming those processes will run from there. So it's very, very welcome news, and I think that gives us a real opportunity to hopefully get this this bill arriving with its first stage in the Assembly, hopefully as soon after summer recess as we possibly could. So. Is it on this item, Kathy, you wanted to come in? Or
just really.
Yeah,
are you in this item?
Yeah.
Well, matters arising, yeah, but like go ahead.
No, I think Kathy wanted to comment on this this issue. Yes, yeah.
No, I just wanted to. Is there any opportunity this can go in for summer recess? It can slot into business. That is just the first
I'll
stage.
engage with the business office about that. I was just going to say that there are a couple of bits of plenary business coming up, and one of them is the motion to extend committee stage. So they have kept an eye on, when we need to get this done, and basically it did have to be done before summer recess, so they will be alive to whatever arguments you have, but obviously there's a lot of material coming as well.
And we also have the consideration stage for the GTC bill on the 30th of June, so again that will take up space, but I have no doubt the clerk will be asking the question if we can get this introduced before summer recess, then that is absolutely the best outcome from my view, and we should be seeking that. And David on this side.
Our interest as a member of the business committee, but I would say from what I heard at the last committee meeting, chances of getting it on before recess is it's less than slim, I would say.
We'll ask.
10 o'clock instead of 11 o'clock.
Well, I think it's half 10 every day up until the last day, which is going to run until it's finished. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's obviously this is for the business office to make a decision on, and for the business committee ultimately. But I mean, it would be my view that the first stage is a simple moving of a motion and done. So if that could be slotted in, I would be very keen to see it happy. But we'll take that forward. And Michelle, you're getting to your
well, I'll start by welcoming the Speaker's correspondence. It doesn't always happen in here, but we're very happy to welcome that progress. So good to see it, and whenever it gets the assembly floor, I think it's really positive, and nice for us all to be working together on that. The bit that I was going to raise was I was actually hoping to get an update on the RSE report. I'll tell you why. I had a meeting this week with NICCY and Victim Support. It's a piece of work we're doing, which we've mentioned on committee before, about protections for victims of sexual assault in schools, pupils and staff. So one thing that came up in that meeting independently by both groups was the need for some mandatory RSE curriculum, and I thought it'd be great to get our report finished and out there to show at least what our recommendations were as a committee on that. So just, I said I would follow up. So it'd be nice to know just where that is at, if we have an update.
Yeah,
Work to speak to them.
Sure. That is in an advanced draft stage, and I am getting to it as soon as I possibly can. And I've said well, it will be June essentially, so it's going to be with you in the next couple of days. I'm sorry, there just has been a lot.
Okay.
I think, was it NASUWT who were here recently?
Yep.
Yeah, so with the
sports well, yeah.
Femista, yeah. So that is something that I was undertaking to factor into it as well. Yeah.
I'll give the update.
That's great. So no other matters arising. So that takes us to item 5 on the agenda, and that's draft minutes. And I refer members to the draft minutes of the Education Committee meeting of the 10th of June, and that's at page 8. Can I get members' agreement that the minutes are a complete and accurate record of proceedings? Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Okay, item 6 on the agenda then. So it's a briefing from the Northern Ireland Children's Commissioner, Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People on the Private Members Bill, Education Holiday Meal Payments Bill. So we have a memo from the committee clerk in your pack, and also a briefing note from the Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People, Chief Executive Alex Tennant. So you're both very welcome here today. Joining us we have Chris Quinn, who is the Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People, and Alex Tennant, the Interim Chief Executive for NICCY. So you're very welcome here today, and thank you for reaching out to committee in relation to this bill and for offering to brief us. So I'll ask you to open up your evidence with a presentation of up to 10 minutes, and then we'll move into evidence. And if I would just ask again witnesses and members to try as far as possible just to keep comments focused on the bill in front of us, so that we can cover all the business on our agenda in full. But over to you. Is it Chris? Will you be kicking off? Yeah,
I will kick off. And look, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on this really important issue. I think it is important to reflect. This is my first committee appearance since the trouble that we've seen over the past week. And indeed, this time last week, I was watching back the minister's input, and that evening we saw more violence in my community, which was horrific. But I think the point I want to make to this committee is that children are still missing school. Children are afraid to leave their communities and their homes. We have been contacted today about a family, and I think there is something that we need to just ask the Minister and his department to be aware of, that this issue prevails and children are missing exams as well as part of it, and obviously condemning in the strongest possible terms everything that has happened. But in terms of the holiday meals payment bill, I will kick off with contextualising the situation from my perspective as Children's Commissioner, and then I'll pass to Alex as part of our 10-minute introduction to just look at the clauses briefly. So at NICCY, all of our work is grounded in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the bill directly engages with Article 27, which places a responsibility on government to assist parents in providing an adequate standard of living, including access to nutritious food. So this is not simply a policy piece, it relates to a clear child's rights obligation. That obligation is particularly important in the Northern Ireland context, where child poverty remains a significant issue. I wanted just to talk about the uncomfortable truth and the context. So the uncomfortable truth is that I visit far too many schools where children are going in hungry, where families, parents and carers are doing their best but are simply struggling to provide the basics, We continue to live through a prolonged cost of living crisis. Prices of food continue to rise off the charts, and fuel prices have been in the headlines as well. The price of school uniforms is also a huge issue for families. And for many families, it's no longer about managing, it's about coping from one day to the next. And in schools, we're seeing that impact very directly. Staff, teachers, classroom assistants, support staff are quietly stepping in, often using their own money to make sure children have something to eat. Breakfast is of particular concern. Many children are arriving at school already hungry. And even where breakfast clubs are available, some families can't afford the small daily cost, which is usually as little as 50p a day, and that becomes a barrier. And it doesn't stop there. Some of the children are going without a break time, and schools are stepping in to fill that gap, often providing fruit as a healthy snack at their own cost. And in preparing for today, I spoke to one school in particular and a classroom assistant there who told me most of the children in our school, this is a direct quote, most of the children in our school get free school meals, so we honestly worry about what happens to them over the summer. That reflects a very real concern because for many children, school is the only place where they can rely on having a healthy meal. When that disappears during the holidays, the pressure on families increases significantly. The impact is real. It's not some abstract theory. Children in each of your constituencies are living in poverty, and that impacts the child's rights to education, the child's well-being, the child's behaviour and their ability to learn. We continue to see the impact of poverty very clearly in educational outcomes. For example, children entitled to free school meals are 5 times more likely to leave school without 5 GCSEs graded A star to C. 5 times. That's the worst that we've known. So poverty is not just about income, it's directly linked to educational inequality and life chances. And against that backdrop, this bill is important because it represents a specific tangible intervention that can help reduce hardships for families, particularly during school holidays when costs increase. It aligns with long-standing recommendations that government should act to reduce family outgoings and make education more affordable, including through holiday food provision. It's also important to recognise that this bill sits within the wider policy gap. There has been a statutory requirement for an anti-poverty strategy since 2006, yet it still has not been delivered. While a draft strategy has been published, it lacks strong new actions and clear focus on child poverty. In that context, this bill becomes even more significant because it represents a concrete and deliverable action that the executive can now take on to address child poverty. However, to fulfil that role effectively, the detail of the legislation matters. And in that breath, I want to pause and bring in Alex, who has led NICCY's work on child poverty for almost 2 decades, and I trust that you will value her input.
Thank you, Chris. So our evidence focuses on clauses 1A to D. So first of all, starting with clause 1A, provision of payments. It provides for financial payments in lieu of school meals during holiday periods. We're fully supportive of this clause. It's consistent with the fundamental purpose of the bill, ensuring that children who rely on free school meals during term time are not left without equivalent support during school holidays. From a rights perspective, this clause is essential. It gives effect to the principle that children's needs for adequate nutrition does not stop when schools close, and it helps ensure continuity of support. So in our view, clause 1A meets the executive's obligations under Article 27 of the UNCRC, and it provides a clear legal basis for delivering support to families when it is most needed. So we believe it should be retained as drafted, as it delivers on the core intent of the bill. Clause 1B then is around eligibility based on free school meals. So the effectiveness of clause 1A is heavily dependent on clause 1B, which defines eligibility, targeting at those entitled to free school meals. Our summary of the evidence sets out the findings of the analysis we commissioned into free school meals eligibility, Notably that around 41% of children living in poverty are not eligible for free school meals. And it is a critical point. It means that as currently structured, a substantial proportion of children in poverty wouldn't benefit from this bill. And this happens because the free school meals eligibility is a blunt proxy for poverty, which is largely linked to the receipt of specific benefits rather than actual household income. Importantly, though, Clause 1B does allow for the free school meals eligibility criteria to be reformed because it states that eligibility is determined in accordance with arrangements approved by the Department. So we propose that this clause should go ahead and should be retained as drafted. At the same time, we have a request for the Department of Education to revise the free school meals eligibility criteria, removing the requirement to be in receipt of means-tested benefits and to move towards a net income-based threshold adjusted for family size. And we can provide more evidence in relation to that. We also recommend introducing, if possible, data sharing arrangements to support this and exploring automatic enrolment so that eligible families do not miss out due to complexity or lack of awareness. But to be clear, these changes that we're asking from the Department of Education don't require any amendment to the bill as drafted. So then Clause 1C is the method of payment, which provides for payments to be made directly into a parent's bank account. And again, we strongly support this approach. In our evidence, we set out three possible delivery mechanisms, which are direct cash payments, vouchers, or direct provision of food, such as food banks or programmes. And our position is that direct payments are the best option. And there's three reasons for this. The first being around dignity and trust. Direct payments treat parents with dignity and respect, recognising their important role in making decisions in the best interests of their children. Alternative approaches, including vouchers or food parcels, can imply a lack of trust in parents, which is not consistent with a child rights approach. The second reason we think that direct payments are the best method of delivery is cost effectiveness. There's quite considerable evidence from World Bank and others looking at cash transfers versus vouchers versus direct provision. And this shows that lower administrative costs than voucher schemes or direct provision. Direct payments have lower administrative costs. And this is important given the current financial constraints on the executive. So the research shows that cash transfers cost around 2 to 10% of the total costs. Vouchers are around 8 to 20% of the total costs. And direct provision can be anywhere from 15% to 40% of the total cost of any food delivery programme. So in a UK example of that I found was the Healthy Start vouchers, and 86 million paid out on that, but the administration cost 9.6 million. So again, around 10% of the costs of that programme went into the administration. The last reason we would give for, the last reason we would give is around flexibility and accessibility, again looking at the evidence of, for example, the free school meal programme in England during COVID. Direct payments allow families to buy food that suits their needs, including dietary requirements. It avoids restrictions on where food can be purchased, so it can be purchased anywhere, purchased locally. It can be used in social supermarkets, it can be used anywhere. They're generally easier to access and use. So by contrast, voucher schemes can be restrictive and difficult to use, and direct provision models can be stigmatising and less responsive to individual needs. As I say, the English COVID free school meals programme was a voucher programme, and research subsequently has found that only around 51% of those who were eligible for it accessed it in its earliest stages in particular. So our position is that Clause 1C should be retained and direct payments should remain the primary delivery method. And then the final clause that we'd like to comment on is around the value of the payment. As drafted, the payment's linked to the price charged to families for school meals, and there's a rationale for that, a clear rationale for that. But we do have concerns this doesn't actually reflect the true cost of providing a meal. So while school meal charges range from £3 to £3.34, the actual cost of producing a meal has been estimated by EA as being around £4.28 in 2024-25. So this creates a gap. If payments are tied only to the price charged rather than the actual cost, families may receive less support than is realistically needed to provide an equivalent meal. So our recommendation is therefore that payments should reflect the full cost of providing a nutritious meal, not simply the subsidised price charged in schools. And this is important to ensure that children receive equivalent nutritional support during holidays and the policy achieves its intended anti-poverty impact. I just wanted to comment then before we finish about the financial considerations. We do recognise that the estimated cost of the scheme being around 20 to 23 million is significant and is a consideration. But we believe that there are important reasons that this needs to be taken forward. We think that direct payments are the most cost-effective delivery model, meaning that alternative approaches could increase costs further, so that needs to be considered as the delivery model is considered, and also then when you're thinking about the finances and financial implications. There are Barnett consequentials that have resulted from the holiday activities and food programme in England that could support the funding. So a recent Assembly question brought some clarity there. A very rough estimation is that this could be around 6 to 7 million per annum. So that goes some way to contributing to this, although we know it's not hypothecated, it's unhypothecated. But we believe, most importantly, it should be viewed as an investment in reducing child poverty and improving educational outcomes. We also note that reforming free school meals eligibility could lead to better targeting of resources and potentially improving both the effectiveness and value for money. So to conclude, Chair, we strongly support the bill. We believe it represents a practical step towards addressing child poverty. Its success, however, will depend on 3 issues within the clauses. First of all, eligibility, retaining the clause as it stands, but we're asking the Department also to look at the free school meals criteria and reform that so it reaches all children in poverty. Delivery, retaining the direct payments as the primary mechanism, and then adequacy, the clause 1D, that's amended to ensure payments reflect the real cost of the meal.
Thank you both for that. I probably only have two questions, and one is just to pick up on that eligibility piece, and really I suppose it's just to clarify, and it has had a bit of discussion, as we've considered the bill, and I think got quite a bit of discussion at second stage as well. And it's really just around the measure itself of free school meals, and there maybe being a concern that it possibly doesn't reach the children potentially most at risk of being in poverty. So I just want to make sure I've understood your position correctly, just to be sure I'm understanding it. So is your position that you support the bill because free school meals is the only measure we've got, but if you were asking the department to do something more, it would be to alter how that eligibility for free school meals is arrived at so that it reaches children most at risk of poverty? So it's almost a caveat. It's separate of something you'd like the department to do, rather than a criticism of how the bill is framed.
Because I think the bill allows for the eligibility criteria to be amended. So I think it's kind of got the mechanism there to respond and for the department to make the changes, and then the bill should allow targeting then more directly at those children.
You would be very supportive of a fresh look at the criteria for how eligibility is assessed for free school meals, and you've also mentioned auto-enrolment. Didn't mention that sort of universal rollout, and all of this is said in a really challenging financial sort of context, and you've acknowledged that. I'm assuming that would be in the mix in terms of actions you would like to see flowing from this in the future.
Yeah, well, I suppose the first thing is, yes, to acknowledge as Alex has said, we are acknowledging that the current system isn't reaching as many children as we need, and that does need to be extended, regardless of this bill or not. In terms of the rollout, was that your second question? The rollout piece. Well, we've seen, and Alex, you might want to come in here again, but we've seen how this can work. We saw payments that already took place between 2020 to 23. Wasn't that correct? So there are ways to roll this out that have already been set. There's a precedent there, but do you want to come in on the administrative side of it?
Well, I think you were talking about universal
as sort of what
free school meals.
Next,
I think we need that measure. We need the way of identifying most disadvantaged children within education. So we need whatever happens with free school meals in schools in terms of universal provision. We're very supportive of universal provision of free school meals in school, but this would not necessarily mean that if the payments would go out to all children then over the summer. I think this bill would still need to be targeted at those who were in low incomes as opposed to all children. And also the free school meals measure allows for the uniform grants, children to be identified for uniform grants, for the addition payment to schools. So and for us to also track disadvantage, and we've seen, that when we're preparing this paper, we looked again at statistics and found that the most recent stats were showing that while only 1 in 10 children who aren't in free school meals are leaving school without the 5 GCSEs, A star to C and English and Maths, only 1 in 10 not in free schools were leaving without that. 5 in 10 of those in free school meals were leaving without that. So I don't want to be seen to over-criticising the measure of the free school meals measure either, because clearly it's able to distinguish that disadvantage within education. Those who maybe aren't below the poverty line, who are in receipt of free school meals, are probably just above the poverty line, it's still being able to identify real disadvantage within education. So we still need the measure, we still need a really strong measure, a way of targeting our support to the most disadvantaged children. But we would also really welcome more universal rollout of free school meals in schools.
That's really helpful. So just the only other question I have, and you'd raised the issue of the cost and what actually is the cost of providing a meal, and whether the measure that we have in the bill for assessing that cost is the appropriate one, and you had suggested it should be the actual cost of delivering a free school, the cost to the EA effectively of delivering the meal, not to the parent. I just wanted to check, would you be confident that would still be a reasonable comparison? Because I would be conscious EA obviously have to pay for the raw cost of running a commercial kitchen, they have to pay staffing costs, they often have to pay cost of transporting meals. Is that the staff to serve the meals, not just prepare them? Do you feel that the cost to the EA reflects the cost to a parent of providing a meal? I just wanted to check if that is something that you would be confident on, because we are in a very constrained position, and it's just to get a sense of whether we are comparing like with like there.
I think it's a good question. It's not one that I have the answer to right now, but I think it's a point that's well made about the actual cost of preparing, delivering, getting that food out. When you look at the numbers there, I suppose we want poor families to have more money in their pockets. That's the bottom line. And whether that's 324 or 428, it is going to make a big difference. But I think your point is worth exploring further. What is the actual cost for EA to provide these meals, and could that full cost be transferred straight to the parent?
I think there's the question of scalability. Whenever you're producing meals for large numbers of children, actually you're probably likely to be much more efficient.
Economies of scale,
it's likely, there's economies of scale, exactly. So it's likely potentially to cost less for EA to produce a meal for a child than it would cost for a parent to produce the meal. So
probably getting into territory of, if this is enacted, of the sort of things that would need to be factored into a review, and those costings and what are the actual cost to parents, and all of that would probably need to be factored in. But no, that's fine for me. I have nothing else to add at this stage, so happy to bring in other members. David?
Thanks very much, Chair. Look, I've probably expressed my opinion on this bill a few times, and it doesn't really, to some degree, matter who comes in. I think it's going to be a similar line, and that's because I oppose the bill in principle, not around feeding hungry children, because that's something I think everybody can get behind, but I just think this is the wrong place, the wrong department, and I think one of the lines Chris used there towards the end was that we want poor families to have more money in their pockets. That's the bottom line, and I accept that. That's a genuine interest to see those families that are in poverty lifted out of poverty. My problem is, and I understand that it's not where you're coming from with it, is that I see that as a welfare intervention. I don't see it as and I understand, I feel that the Department of Education's link to this is really about the period of time that the pain is supposed to take place, which is school holidays, but that in itself is about the absence of school rather than school. So is it a fair summation to say, and it doesn't conflict with your support of this bill, but that you're supportive of the outcome that this bill will have, and you're supportive of what you see as the honouring of a obligation of government to provide food to hungry children, but you're not particularly focused on the how or through what mechanism or through what department that's done. Would that be fair?
The first thing I would say to that is that this Assembly is bound by St Andrews Agreement and Good Friday Belfast Agreement to deliver on an anti-poverty strategy. We've heard time and time again that strategy is a cross-executive strategy. The strategy that we have at the minute has no tangible outcomes. So my position on that would be that if the executive's position is that this is a cross-executive strategy, we can't ping-pong. We can't say, well, look, we're not going to do this because, I don't think Gordon Nans has extra money to put into welfare. But this is clear...
No, but it matters. It does matter that it's a welfare, and still a DP minister, by the way, but it does matter where it sits. We can't just say these things need to happen. We don't care what department does it. In terms of responsible government, it matters that the right department is dealing with the right thing. So you might argue that there should be an uplift for the same parents that we're dealing with here in terms of welfare, and that would be a valid argument and a debate to have. But what I'm saying is that I don't think this is not an educational intervention. If we were talking here about breakfast clubs, that is going to, as you were talked or hinted towards earlier on, would help educational attainment and so on, children through the school day. That's definitely a debate to be had around more relevant, certainly, to the Department of Education. I just think that this is essentially a welfare uplift. It's a bit like when we talked after COVID, people wanting to maintain the £20 uplift. It's the same principle to me, but that shouldn't sit with education.
Look, I disagree, and I know Alex will want to come in on this as well, because that 1 in 5 young people statistic, I mean, if that's not an educational outcome issue, I don't know what is. And if you let me finish, if children are off school, things are harder for families during the summer. So those children are coming back to school less ready to learn. It's the department's responsibility to deliver in terms of educational outcomes. So that's one thing. The other thing, and I can't let it go. I mean, if we're being told the anti-poverty strategy is a cross-executive strategy, what is DE's responsibility to deliver? I think this is a clear and tangible outcome. That anti-poverty strategy lacks those things, and this is providing a solution. But I don't know, Alex, if you want to come in.
I suppose it's from a positive perspective. I think it's really positive to hear people are supportive and your support for feeding children during the summer school holidays, feeding poor children at summer holidays. And I suppose that's our primary concern, and it's for legislators to make it happen. So if I guess it's for yourselves to decide the best mechanism for it, but then make it happen. And I suppose that's the chat.
I think there has been discussion around, and you touched upon the different methods of payments, direct provision, all of that, and there was some discussion around that. I just, at the heart of this, feel that this is not a debate that should be being had. I think it largely comes from emergency response during COVID, which I don't think is a example that we should be looking to follow in terms of things, decisions that were made on the back of an emergency response around who had the most appropriate systems to try and get payments out quickly. And necessarily following that line. I just think the principle, and I think 80% of what you've said here today are valid arguments, but they're arguments that are largely based on, even around the anti-poverty strategy. We can have that argument. I'm not arguing, I'm not having that debate here and now. What I'm saying is that that's a perfectly good argument for the department or for the Committee for Communities. I just don't think that this sits in the right place at a time whenever our education budget is so hugely pressured, and I think we do need to have it discussed. Is this an educational prevention? Should it be a priority for the Department of Education at a time whenever our schools are falling down around them? I think that's something that really has to be considered. We can certainly talk about whether welfare is at an appropriate level, but I just think that's a different place for a different debate for a different place.
It was one of the just briefly, as I think we're possibly not going to have a meeting of minds here, but just to round it off.
Wouldn't mind me just kind of coming in that the Minister for Education also has responsibility for the Children's Strategy and Children's CSCI, the Children's Service Corporation Act. So that is about government all joining up, putting a duty on government to join up to deliver for children, and he is the one who leads on that. So I would put the challenge back.
I do completely agree with, and the joined up government I completely agree with. I raised it many times, we discussed it here. I just am very clear in my own mind that this is a welfare intervention, and it just doesn't feel to me. I don't understand why it sits with the Department of Education. But look, I know we don't agree on that, but I do agree with, in principle, a lot of the things that you're saying around joint up government. No problem with that whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Michelle, you'd indicated.
Thank you. Thanks, folks, for the evidence. Just probably pick up David's point there. I think education underachievement and the attainment gap is certainly in the remit of the education minister, and I think the proportion of young people who are leaving school who had an entitlement to free school meals, who are getting 5 GCSEs A star to C, has decreased from 51.8% in 23-24 to 48.7%. So that's going down. So the idea that children going hungry in holiday periods and coming back to school and that not being a disadvantage to their education doesn't seem to track. So then I want to understand from you how, I know you're going to agree with this measure, I suspect you believe will help close that attainment gap or be a tool in the toolkit of the minister in trying to achieve his goals around education underachievement.
Yeah, I mean, Alex, please do come in, but I think when I was preparing for this meeting, I was thinking about how could you function if you came into Stormont today without food in your tummy? And how could you function if that happened every day? And how could you function if the only place you got a meal was in that canteen, and then in recess, what happens? I mean, this is a very basic human need. Hunger is a real issue, and that's exacerbated for families over the summer. I am conscious that I'm going off on a tangent, but I think it's important. Through my career in youth work, and certainly before I left the Northern Ireland Youth Forum, I saw more children turning up for food and bringing home food, and being really shy about taking food out of the fridge in our facilities. And that's the reality. Children are worried about mummy and daddy, or carer, or parent providing food on the table in the evenings, and putting uniforms on their backs. And when I talk to little tiny children in school and see these things, and I go to breakfast clubs and see children who are hungry, I'm going, how can these children be in the best possible place to learn? So it absolutely does impact their educational outcomes, and we've seen that. But we're seeing the gap growing and growing, and I would just re-emphasise the point that over those summer months, for many children, things get worse. So they're going back to school in September, way behind their peers. And look, I realise I'm not sure if I've answered your question or not, but Alex.
As you mentioned, the outcomes for children in free school meals has dropped, and it's in some ways just marginal in terms of a couple of percentage points over the last year. But now more children in free school meals are leaving without those GCSEs than with them. Mm-hmm. But for children not in free school meals, I think it's maybe something to be celebrated. You know, there have been improvements. The outcomes have increased so that more than, I think it's 92% of children who are not in free school meals are leaving with those GCSEs, with good GCSEs. So that's to be celebrated, but it has led to, like, I have produced these briefings for 20 years on, on poverty and outcomes and all of that. And I go to these stats again and again, and that was shocking for me to find that's the first time we have said that. We've previously maybe said twice as likely to leave school without those GCSEs. This is the first time we've said 5 times as likely, and that's after a fair start and different things that have been taken forward by the Department of Education. I think this is something maybe needs to be looked at, or scrutinised a bit, to see why have we got such a gap. So we do think that education is, we understand there's the resources are really stretched. We understand the minister has really tough decisions to make, and we're not supporting this lightly. We understand that. We know that the money will have to come from somewhere. As we say, there is money that's come through from holiday activities and food programmes, so about a third of it should be covered there already. But we're seeing the inequalities growing within the system, so there needs to be resources targeted at the most disadvantaged children.
Yeah. And I'm not suggesting for a second, David, you don't want to see those kids get fed at all, but I think it's just maybe pushing back a bit on the premise that there's no role for education or the education minister, or that this will have no impact on educational outcomes. It will, or the evidence shows that it can, and that itself perhaps is a counter argument really to what David is saying. You have talked about direct payment method as being the best option, the scale, the costs of delivery. Others have suggested that the model in England, the Holidays, Activities and Food Programme, delivers better outcomes. Do you think that's a direction of travel the department should be looking at?
I feel really strongly about direct payments, and it's based on things that I've seen both during my term in office in NICCY as well as in my previous role in community youth work. Direct cash transfers are probably one of the most effective ways of addressing poverty, and we've seen it happen in USA, we've seen it working in GB. There have been studies. I think one of the Manchester universities done a big study into the impact of direct cash transfers. There are agencies here that are embarking on a pilot programme with young people experiencing homelessness, because there is a growing body of evidence and support for that direct cash transfer model. I do need to acknowledge that I sometimes get very frustrated that there seems to be a lack of trust in parents to use that money to the best of their disposal. And usually with direct cash transfer programs, there is support that goes with that. When you're talking about homeless experienced young people, there's a support package. So for families in extreme need, you would hope that there would be a social services or welfare, other supports that are available. But I think, to answer your question, direct cash transfers for me is the most effective and efficient way. Alex, you may want to add to that.
Just a brief final point and then we'll have to move. I'm sorry to be always on the timing.
I think there are benefits of holiday programmes as well. It's not to say that they aren't beneficial and don't deliver really positive outcomes. And you know, both of us come from a youth work background. We've both worked with young people in disadvantaged areas, you know, and seen the benefits of those summer activities with them. So I think we're supportive of that too, you know. But hearing the stories, I remember hearing an evaluation of one of those programmes where they said the parents were so broken at not being able to provide the basic things for their children to be able to feed them over the summer, that they just went into despair and depression, and they were broken by the financial problems and not being able to provide for their children. I think we need to address that, you know, and as well as other programmes as well.
Well, thank you. And just, I'm not going to ask another question. It's just, my remarks on this at second stage, just that concept of this being children in their childhood and the direct payments. Parents having that flexibility. Yes, we're talking about educational attainment. All of those things are relevant, but kids in their childhood, I think parents can make those choices and having the flexibility. I think that's a good thing as well, coming back into school after the holidays to be refreshed and regenerated and have had a break and a good time. Has to be a benefit to the kids as well. So thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Welcome. Thank you.
Cara, you've indicated there.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can all hear me okay. Thank you so much to the panel for your detailed opening there. I actually just have one question, which is the broader conversation around educational disadvantage. And we know that children from, you know, low income and poverty stricken families are more likely to have adverse childhood experiences, which can undoubtedly impact prospering in education. My question is just around, we know that the RAISE programme is explicitly designed to tackle educational disadvantage and to really break that link between poverty and underachievement. Given the attainment gap that's been discussed today around those on free school meals and those not, would you view this holiday meal payment scheme as complementary to that agenda rather than separate from it?
Yeah, I mean, my very short answer to that, Cara, is yes. I think for me the evidence is very, very clear, and you're quite right to highlight the problems that we have with educational disadvantage, and that's something that's been an issue for this place for a long time. Alex, I don't know if you have anything to add.
I think you've said it.
Yeah.
Sometimes the simple answers are the most clear, the most clear ones. But no, thank you so much, and thank you, Chris, especially for focusing on those kids who are often overlooked as well. And that's something we've been talking about at length at committee. But for me, I wholeheartedly support this bill and really recognising, speaking with young people who are struggling from a financial perspective, I think it cannot be understated how much food poverty shapes the outcomes, the ability for our young people to focus. It really cannot be understated. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. So I think last indication's Danny.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the work that's done on it and the engagements outside of here and with all the stakeholders. It helped form where we've got to today. And Alex, I'm being honest, if I was critiquing my own legislation, I would have done it the exact same way. I've always said it's only one piece of a wider puzzle, and I did grapple with the price as well, the 4.28, and some of the things that the chair highlighted as well was a part of the discussions. But also, not everyone's in supportive of my bill, and there's already a disagreement of how it would cost overall anyway. And I thought just because we definitely had the programme the last time and the way it was fixed, it allowed me to have that evidence base. So it was sort of the starting point. But I did build in those. Well, I think I've built in the future proofing of the bill, because I'm also conscious that I don't want to stop just here. I want to push towards universal free school meals, and if I'm lucky enough to come back next time, it's something I can maybe approach as the EMB through a phased approach, maybe. But hopefully a minister will come along and say, no, I really want to do that, and commit to it, because I have to point this out as well, because we can talk all day about constraints of budgets, but all ministers have priorities, and I've asked a number of questions in recent months that would be highlighting some of the different priorities for any minister, but particularly education. And the impact comes back saying, no, there's no impact on educational outcomes as long as it's the minister's priority. But when officials came in here the first time to talk about my bill, they said it'd be harmful to the education system, which I don't think is a good place to start. But we got through that, the question of it. So that wasn't very much a question, it was just a wee bit of clarity as the bill sponsor. Suppose you covered a lot of ground, which is, as a bill sponsor, I'm really glad, because there's an argument that we've done stage 2, but you have to win the arguments all the way through us, and I think we've had a really good committee stage so far. But in light of what's happened this week, Chris, and I'm going to ask this to you as the Children's Commissioner, is would you be concerned that the deployment of the veto, and it was by unionist parties this week, that such a mechanism could be used against any piece of legislation, including this piece of legislation, and just because they really like it and are losing the argument overall, and the evidence is then completely ignored to their own concerns, which gives to me it's just an abuse of power, and it's something that's now really just came to light this week. I would hope I would went through this mandate without a POC ever being used, but unfortunately it was used this week.
It's been abused before, so.
Excuse me?
David, just through the chair, please, if we could.
Again, I've used the petition concern before, Chair.
Danny, just to let the witness respond.
Look, I need to be really honest. I am concerned about how that petition of concern was used this week. I would be concerned if Sinn Féin used it, if DUP used it, if SDLP used it. I would be concerned. My big disappointment this week was that we have a huge body of evidence that was presented. There was a real good opportunity to debate something that was really important and has been really important for decades in this jurisdiction, and that was vetoed, and that's not good for democracy. That's not good for children. That's not good for how this place works. So I think it's really unfortunate the way it played out. Being really candid, is it a worry that this could, stumble somewhere? Yeah, I mean that's a worry. So I really hope it doesn't. I really hope that it gets through to the next stages and it does have the debate and the vote that is required. Yes, I guess that's my feelings. Disappointment at what I saw, and just hope that isn't used again to veto something that really needs discussed.
And that would be the message that the MLA is, let's not put words in their mouth, but look, let's have the debate, let's have the discussion, let's have a democratic vote. Let's not use mechanisms that, and our side of this is 3 years worth of work as well, but it's also decades of evidence I'm taken from the likes of Alex as well, and these aren't the only ones who engage with me. There's so many groups that give all the evidence. This just didn't pop up out of nowhere. This is very much evidence based.
was working on this issue 20 years ago at Save the Children, and we called for holiday payments then, which was exactly this, that there's payments made to families in poverty in the summer and in the winter too, you know, so it was recognised as being one of the main things 20 years ago. It's been called for all the way through, you know, in relation to discussions on the anti-poverty strategy and all. But I'm hearing a lot of support for it, you know, across the board, that it's important to feed children who are poor during the holidays, you know, and I guess we would put our hope in our MLAs to take this forward, whatever way it takes, whatever is needed to make this happen.
I appreciate that. Thank you, and thank you for everything, honestly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Danny. So, don't have any other indications at this stage, so I suppose I just want to thank you for your evidence today. I did just want to pick up, I think, you know, wanted to get through the evidence session, but your comments at the opening of the session, Chris, around the disorder that we saw last week and the climate of fear that has existed for a lot of children and young people and their families from ethnic minority communities. I was very pleased that the committee was able to issue a very clear statement in support of those families experiencing the horrendous things over the last week, and condemning the attack that we all witnessed in North Belfast. But I do think it's very important to note the ongoing impact, that it wasn't a snapshot in a week, it continues, and I think it is important that we keep that on the agenda. And I know, Chris, you were at the Bernardo's Wear Your Courage event that was here in the Lawn Gallery yesterday. I think it's important noting there were young people from ethnic minority communities who came out to that event, but they were frightened. They were frightened travelling from various parts of Northern Ireland to get here, and none of us should I think be casual in our response to that. And I would like to pay tribute to those young people for their contributions. They were absolutely amazing, and the grace and the dignity that they brought to their contributions after a week that had been filled with hate was really something to be seen. It was remarkable, and I think it's important to put that on the record. Michelle, you'd want to come in.
I really want to echo your comments. I was at the event as well. The young people who spoke were incredibly impressive. They didn't come looking at anybody's sympathy. They are articulate and they are motivated. I have an email in front of me from a group of them with expressing very clearly some issues they have, perhaps around education, which I might share with the committee at some point. But yeah, look, just worth noting that they were an absolute inspiration this week, considering it was a pretty bleak week we've had.
They were an absolute ray of hope. They really were.
I've got the postcard with me.
Brilliant.
This was the postcard from last night. But just before we do go, I just want to note and put on record that this is the third year in a row we've seen racist violence, and my question to everyone is, what have we learnt and what are we doing to prevent? And I know that everyone in this room will be in agreement that we need to do more, but perhaps we could continue those conversations in other forums, because it is a serious issue, and I'm worried about how it will transpire next year and beyond.
Thank you, Danny. I think you'd look to come in there.
I was just going to echo what you said. Look, the fear is out there. We're feeling it in all of our communities. I met with a number of families of children still haven't returned to school, even in my own constituency. But even having the conversations with my own children, the fear went through children. They've seen it all on social media. They've seen it all on the news, and the imagery of children running in the back of Land Rovers for safety, or there was a video of a child running out of it burning. The next door was on fire. That image should be for movies. It should be real life, and that fear is going to take a while to go away. And it's us here collectively that can give out that right positive language that needs to be heard. Unfortunately, there's some people trying to still aggravate it, but we have to see that down and make sure life's better for everybody. Thank you.
100%. Thank you.
So you thought you were getting away. Clark has just given me a prompt of an issue again that had come through in previous correspondence to committee, and it was just around the resource picture for your office. And is that something that you wanted to speak to? Because you had raised with committee that you actually were potentially unable to input into some areas of inquiry because of resource constraints. Is that something you would be content to speak to, Chris? Yeah,
it's very concerning, and thank you, Aveen, for reminding us all of that. It's a very challenging time for everyone financially, but the stark reality is that my office and I are under extreme pressure. I have a staff team in Equality House who are struggling to fulfil their day-to-day duties. The impact on me and my statutory duties is that I cannot fulfil my statutory duties in full, and we are getting squeezed, and we also have a new decade, new approach review of my office, which further elements of it further threaten the independence of my office. So we had to take the unfortunate step to write. It's unprecedented. We've written to a committee to say that we cannot fulfil our statutory duty in full, and that presents a risk to me, and it also presents a risk to the Minister for the department that sponsors my organisation, because if we're not able to fulfil statutory duties, we are vulnerable to judicial review. So it is stark. Alex is our Chief Executive and she works relentlessly with our staff team, but we've had to cut back on everything. And it's exhausting. I don't know if you want to add to that, Alex.
As an example, this morning we were texting to try and access a news story, a news item that Chris had been interviewed for in the Irish News. We've had to give up our media monitoring service. We're cutting back on everything. We know that there's challenges everywhere, but it's got to the point where it's actually very difficult, even just to get access to a news story because of the costs. And it's about us wanting to do our best and delivering as effectively as we can. And we know the department's doing their best to sort of try and make an argument, try and get more resource. But at the moment it is particularly challenging.
Well, I think we'll note that, and committee may want to have a brief discussion around any response on that. But certainly we continue to value your input to this committee, and hopefully we can find a way through those resource challenges.
Thank you, and thank you for raising it as well.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Thank you. Cheers.
A couple of actions just arising. So I wanted just to flag a couple of things. So that was a briefing on the bill itself, but there were a couple of other issues there. I wanted to check in if committee is content. I'm not sure if we had on the back of the previous correspondence we'd had in relation to the Commissioner's functions, if we had shared those concerns with the Communities Committee. Had we done that?
About the
in terms of the resource position
the
Commissioner?
No, I don't believe we did.
I think it would be worth sharing the evidence we've heard today on that and the potential impact on the carrying out of the statutory duties, and share that with the Communities Committee if members are agreed. The other issue was, and this was raised last week, I had raised the possibility, and I think it would be good just to maybe lock it in and get firm agreement on that. But the discussion of this bill has obviously raised a lot of other threads and areas of inquiry around the whole issue of educational disadvantage, which the committee has agreed as a strategic priority, and I do think that if we probably have one more window of opportunity between now and the end of the mandate to get a stakeholder event together where we could bring all of those voices together to really give us the opportunity to do a bit of a deeper dive into all of the strands relating to educational underachievement, and I think if it would be good maybe if we haven't already done that, just to get committee agreement, would be keen to take that forward if we're all agreed. David?
And just to say, I'd be very interested, we heard at the concurrent meeting this morning, and we'll have heard elsewhere, about the success of the boys model in North Belfast. I'd be very keen to have them as one of the key voices in that event as well.
Yeah, I think I had raised the issue last week, actually, having attended the Ulster University event on taking boys seriously, and the boys model were represented at that. So I think where there's good practice in the system, we should absolutely be engaging with that. I absolutely agree. Okay, so that concludes that item, and I just want to check that we have our witnesses here for the next item. Do we have our? No, we don't have the witnesses here yet. Well, look, in sort of the sort of normal approach that we take to these things, I would maybe just suggest that the easiest way to move through the agenda would be go to correspondence and take ourselves through that, which is at item 11. It'd be good to probably tie up all of the bill stuff together. So we'll jump to the next item that isn't related to a bill, which is correspondence. So if I could refer members to pages 128 to 326 of your packs, where we have a number of items tabled in correspondence, and there's the summary note provided at page 128, so I'll run through any of the items that need a committee decision or discussion. So item 11.2 at page 130 is correspondence from the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and it's calling for views on the Areas with Natural Constraints Payments Bill. I'm not aware of this bill having any crossover with our work to any great degree. Are our members content to respond to this on a party basis, and then they'll return from our committee if we're agreed? Great. Items 11.6 and 11.7, pages 255 and 257. They are replies separately from the Education and Health Ministers to the Health Committee and our committee on various issues around mental health support in schools, and with a focus on primary schools, certainly in the Health Minister's correspondence. So happy to open up for member comments, but it's really just to just get agreement that we would be maybe noting that correspondence for a concurrent meeting with Health in the autumn, which we hope to achieve. But I would just note that Health Minister very clear statement: there is no direct work between the departments regarding a primary school counselling service. I think is concerning. I understand there is maybe a need for a full evidence base around what the level of need is and what the appropriate response is, but it appears that even that issue of identifying the level of need doesn't seem to be underway. But other than noting that, the response was pretty clear. I don't know if any members have anything else to add to that other than note for a future briefing. No. Disappointing, but we shall move on. Item 11.9, page 278. It is correspondence from the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust regarding the ending of the Primary Children Looked After Advisory Service. So that is a joint initiative between Health and Education for children and young people looked after, or care experienced young people, if that's an easier term. They set out how the ending of this initiative will have a direct impact on children and young people in care. The Trust is asking that we bring this to the Education Minister's attention and seek agreement to meet with the relevant professional in the Trust, Dr. Meakin, and her officials to do whatever is within the Minister's power to continue the service. I would be very happy to endorse that course of action, and I would suggest that we reach out to the Health Minister, and it may be a joint engagement between the Education and Health Minister with the Belfast Trust. I think we should be we're talking about educational disadvantage in terms of ensuring that the children most at risk of experiencing educational disadvantage, I can't think of any other group other than young people in care, and the idea that we would be losing this service and this direct support for schools and for those young people. I know the financial position is bleak, but I would hope that it's not so bleak that we would be ending a service like that. So our members agreed to seek a briefing from I think both Education and Health, and I think that may be something in written form as a starter, but if the response is not favourable, I think we would want to be taking that forward with helping support the Trust engage directly with those ministers if we're agreed. Agreed. Any other comments on that service in particular? No? Happy to move on. Item 11.10, page 280, is a reply from the Department of Education regarding the recent cyber attack on the EA. The business case for EDIS, the proposed replacement to the C2K system, has been submitted for review and will be going to the Finance Minister following that for consideration. Are we content to note, but would suggest we should keep a regular watching brief on the progress of this. The EA were quite clear that an enhanced system would provide that extra layer of protection they need around cyber attacks, but propose we note at this stage. Agreed. Item 11.11, page 281, is a reply from the Department of Education regarding MLD and SLD placements. Now, the EA reply on this issue was considered at last week's meeting, and the committee agreed to ask the EA for a list of special schools by category and to establish that each special school is clear on the placement of pupils in their setting. I think I wouldn't be proposing any other action beyond that, but I am happy to open that up to members, but otherwise content to note. Item 11.12, page 282, is correspondence from the Department of Education providing dates of meetings about restrictive practices in educational settings. In March, the committee had agreed to ask the department for the number of meetings held by the Task and Finish group with member organisations and how it communicated with those organisations that had left the group due to significant concerns. The members content to note. 11.16, page 296, is a reply from the Department of Education regarding the Education Holiday Meal Payments Bill. The Department notes that the bill sponsor will engage directly with the Bill's office regarding amendments, as the Minister has not indicated any intention to authorise departmental drafting of amendments to the bill. The Department has confirmed also that it does not intend to engage with the Department for Communities regarding holiday meal payments for those on benefits as it falls outside the scope of the bill and is not within the policy responsibilities of the Department of Education. The Department has provided a reply to the one query from an individual regarding income thresholds and rates for free school meals. So I think we had anticipated from when the officials were in that there's not going to be great appetite from the department or ministerial approval to take forward a drafting of amendments, so probably no significant surprises there. I think it is slightly disappointing. There isn't a direct engagement with the Department for Communities, but the committee is actively engaged in that, and hopefully we'll get that reply. So with all that said, are we content that the reply is forwarded to the individual who'd raised those issues around the rates for free school meals? We're agreed. And Danny, you wanted to come?
Yeah, I just want to put on record again that my door's always open. Should the Minister change his mind to engage with me and his officials, I certainly will at any stage. That engagement with Department of Communities, I was disappointed with the response from DFC themselves. It didn't probably answer all the questions. It's all well and good for me sitting in meetings with them, and I've been given reassurances as the bill sponsor, and we worked through all of that there, but I understand the committee wanted that clarity around that impact, and particularly any other outstanding benefits. But I was told that everyone's now mitigated across, so will have no impact. But I completely understand the frustrations for the committee, just not to have that clarity. It's again picking up the phone between departments or ministers,
Absolutely, and I think actually even the committee correspondence to DFC was fairly open-ended and gave them the opportunity to say as much as they could on it, and they chose to say as little as they could, which is a bit disappointing. But I think we're content to note. Item 11.20, page 309. It's correspondence from the NI statutory nursery school principals. A grouping of a range of different schools from that sector have written in. Have members any comments? I would want to suggest at this stage at committee we were CC'd in, so it is probably appropriate to note, but we could potentially write to the department and ask that any response provided to that group is shared with us, so that we can engage with that if we're all agreed. Kathy?
Yeah, just really briefly, Chair, I met with a nursery school principal last week, and it's all very often a sort of sector that's kind of forgotten about in all of these discussions, but what they're facing is stark. And I was really frustrated actually leaving the meeting, because we hear this term time and again about early intervention, and this is key, this is where we need to start it, and it's not happening. So yeah, if we could ask to see whatever the correspondence is back to us, and then possibly follow up following that, would be great.
Okay, that's great. No, I think we have agreement there. Sorry, yeah, do you want to come through?
May I just mention on holiday meal payments, there was a letter from TEO, and I had been trying to get some clarity about it informally, and that wasn't forthcoming. So it's in your tabled papers today, and it just advises. So the committee had written twice to seek information on financial aspects of the bill. And they write that the committee will now be aware of the response of the Department of Finance. The Executive Office also considers that the matters raised would be more appropriately addressed directly to the Department of Education, and that there's no proposal just now to bring the matter of ring-fence funding to the attention of the Executive. But they say that on the matter of precedent for ring-fencing, the Executive Office is unaware of any scheme similar to that proposed in the bill having been previously introduced. So I just wanted to go back on that last point, because I'm a bit confused. Between 2020 and 2023, there was a scheme, and it was delivered by the Department of Education, and it was executive ring-fenced money. So I can go back in the name of the committee if that's okay.
I think that would be appropriate. It's an odd assertion to say that there's been no similar scheme when there has been.
Fair enough. Yeah. But I just again want to put on record that, as the bill sponsor, my intention is that it's the Department of Education, because my view of it is it's the very least one department could do. I do believe other departments should be doing a lot more, and I wish there was more legislation there for that. So just wanted to say out there.
Just probably goes back to the last session, but just to clarify my position on that as well. I proposed that we wrote previously to them to ask whether those other departments, because we had NICCY were saying there about cross-departmental and cross-governmental approach. I was very much of the mindset that if this is going to be done, it should be done on a cross-departmental basis, and wrote to it, but it's clear there isn't the appetite for that.
Well, I think it is worth seeking, in my view, the clarity on that, because I'm not quite sure on that sort of closing assertion in the letter that we received. We can maybe get some clarity, but understood, Bill sponsor, you're coming from a different position.
And bear in mind that the Minister hasn't really engaged at this stage on it as well. No, for me, Ministers should really sit down and have a conversation if they wanted to do that. At the end of the day is the way the bill's been drafted and the intent of it is such that. And as I say, they have their own priorities and their own budgets.
Okay, thank you. So item 11.21, page 320, is correspondence from the Department of Communities, and it's regarding automatic enrolment to free school meals for universal credit claimants. I would suggest we note, but it appears there's no meaningful work underway, which is disappointing, but I'm not sure what influence we'd be able to bring to bear on that, but perhaps an issue in future to pick up. I think automatic enrolment was raised in our briefing earlier, but would propose we note at this stage. Agreed. Okay. Has that covered everything in correspondence?
Yes.
Yeah,
did you want to do for
I think do we have our witnesses?
We do actually have our
I
witnesses.
think as our witnesses are here, we should move back to the item on the agenda.
Before we move on to correspondence, can I just go back to the Belfast Trust one around the...
Yes.
Just get clarity, do you have any sort of clarity or insight into how that was funded before it ended, or what was the arrangements around that? I mean, is this a plea for education to take over this wholly? Is it something that was jointly funded, or how was it? Do we know that yet?
My understanding is it was a jointly funded enterprise, but I think if we seek responses from the two departments, we should get clarification on that. Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, so yes, that does take us on to item 7. So if we can bring the witnesses forward. A few things to draw members' attention to. So page 23, the briefing is on the Irish Medium Education Workforce Plan Bill, and it's a briefing from Altram. And we have in your packs page 23 a memo from the clerk, page 24 a briefing on the background to Altram, the briefing on the bill itself from Altram, page 27, page 46, the Altram representation document, page 48, the State of the Sector 2025 Executive Summary, and page 72 information about the attendees from Altram. So I would just advise members that should it be required, simultaneous interpretation is available for this session, but in the room there are headphones at the table and in the public gallery to access this facility should it be required. Members attending virtually and the public at home will also be able to hear interpretation, and please let the clerk and her team know if there are any issues with accessing this service. Can I check if you are proposing to give your evidence in Irish today?
In English.
In English
today.
It will be
in English.
Okay.
A couple of greetings.
No
Some
problem.
of the courtesies at the beginning in Irish, but
no problem.
we do the rest
That's
in
fine.
English.
So possibly no need for the preamble. So you're very welcome here today. Joining us today we have Anya Andrews, and these are all Altram representatives. Chairperson of Altram, we have Aisling Walls, manager at Altram, and then we also have joining us from two particular settings, Teresa Brady and Sinead McConnell, all representing Altram. So you're very, very welcome joining us today, and we are pleased to be able to facilitate you giving your evidence on this bill. So at this stage I'll hand over and ask you to make any opening remarks, up to 10 minutes for opening presentation, and then we'll get into question and answer on the bill itself. So is it Anya yourself who'll be opening?
I'll listen. So are those?
Firstly, I would like to thank the committee for this opportunity to make this presentation today.
Thank everybody for the invitation to come along and speak to you. Aisling, the manager, is going to go first, and I think she's going to give an overview of Altram's work and the challenges that we have, and then I'll go second and I will talk more directly to the bill.
Okay, so Garma good on you.
Thank you, Anya, and good afternoon, everyone.
I'm going to provide some insight into the scope of Irish medium early years education, while also exploring some of the key challenges that we have identified. As a starting point, I think it would be worthwhile to give some insight and set the scene in relation to practice within the sector. So Irish medium early years education is delivered through an immersion model, a globally recognised and evidence-based approach to bilingual education. In an immersion setting, Irish is not taught simply as a subject. It is the language through which children learn, play, communicate and interact. Drawing on established research in emerging education and language acquisition, practitioners create carefully planned, language-rich experiences through stories, songs, routines, play and everyday conversations. Through these interactions, children acquire Irish naturally, while also developing communication skills, cognitive ability and early learning. This reflects the core principle of emerging education, where language acquisition and educational development occur together. For most children attending Irish medium early years provision, this is their first meaningful exposure to the language, with more than 90% coming from homes where Irish is not spoken. Practitioners therefore play a highly specialised role, supporting both children's early development and their acquisition of Irish as an additional language. This requires expertise in early childhood education and immersion pedagogy, meaning the workforce requirements of Irish medium provision differ significantly from mainstream early years settings. While the Irish medium sector has seen welcome growth, the preschool phase remains the critical bridge between early childhood experiences and formal education. As demand grows and new opportunities emerge through the early learning and childcare strategy, workforce readiness becomes increasingly important. Yet Altram's State of the Sector report from 2025 identifies significant workforce and sustainability challenges across the sector. Just to place these challenges into context, there are around 1,500 children currently attending Irish medium early years provision across a range of services, and that's delivered by around 220 practitioners. The challenge here is not lack of demand, but a lack of available workforce to sustain and grow services. Fluctuations in provision limit access to Irish medium pathways and create uncertainty for families seeking continuity in their children's educational journey. In short, unless workforce planning addresses recruitment, retention and sustainability, opportunities for growth will remain constrained. Evidence from our State of the Sector research highlights significant challenges. 76% of respondents identified workforce shortage as a major concern, and the same proportion highlighted insufficient funding as a barrier to sustainability. 65% identified a lack of accredited training and leadership pathways. 59% raised concerns regarding SEND provision through Irish and limited understanding of immersion education across statutory services. These findings point to systemic challenges requiring a coordinated long-term response. Ultimately, many stem from difficulties in recruiting, developing and retaining the specialist workforce upon which the sector depends. Recruitment remains one of the most significant challenges facing settings. The dual skill set requirement significantly reduces the available recruitment pool and creates workforce pressures distinct from those experienced elsewhere in the wider early years education system. However, recruitment is only part of the challenge. Retention has become equally important. Irish medium preschools and early years settings consistently report difficulties retaining experienced practitioners due to limited progression opportunities, increasing workload pressures, insufficient professional recognition, salary inequity and disparities between voluntary and statutory provision. The loss of experienced staff represents the loss of linguistic expertise, mentoring capacity, leadership potential and specialist immersion knowledge that cannot be easily replaced. These challenges are not future concerns, they are current realities. Over the past 5 years, we have lost 3 Irish medium Sure Start programmes as a result of recruitment and retention difficulties. Demand for services remained strong, yet providers were unable to secure the Irish-speaking workforce required to sustain provision. These pressures are already having impact on service delivery and limiting growth. And Sinead and Teresa can give some insight into their own lived experience through that. These workforce challenges extend beyond individual settings and have implications for children, families, communities and wider public policy objectives. As recognised within the Children's Services Cooperation Act 2015, improving outcomes for children requires coordinated action across departments and agencies. Irish medium early years provision contributes directly to these outcomes, making workforce planning a cross-departmental priority. A legislative framework is an important first step, but meaningful change will depend upon the workforce infrastructure and capacity required to implement it into practice. One of Altram's key recommendations from State of the Sector is the establishment of a dedicated regional Irish medium early years workforce development officer to provide strategic leadership, workforce planning, recruitment and retention support, leadership development and professional learning across the sector. Importantly, the sector does not start from a blank page. Through our work with settings, government departments, training providers and statutory agencies, Altram is uniquely positioned to support this work. We already deliver training, SEN capacity building and professional learning across the sector. We also provide on-site support and mentoring, conducting over 300 site visits annually, and we support outcomes for children and families through resource development and early intervention and SLT collaborative projects. However, much of this work is sustained through short-term grants and funding slippage rather than stable long-term investment. A key example of workforce capacity building is our partnership with OCNNI to develop accredited qualifications specifically designed for Irish medium early years practitioners, recognising immersion pedagogy as a specialist discipline and supporting professionalisation of the sector. Workforce development requires more than workforce plans alone. It requires stable infrastructure and the expertise and capacity to deliver training, mentoring and workforce development. Altram increasingly provides that infrastructure for Irish medium early years. However, like many organisations within the voluntary and community sector, we continue to operate within conditions of funding uncertainty, placing pressure on the retention of our own skilled staff and limiting our capacity to plan for the long term. If workforce development and implementation support are to be delivered, we require a fair and sustainable funding landscape that allows for workforce stability, pay parity and the retention of specialist expertise. However, a more resolute legislative approach is needed, as strategy alone cannot address the sector's workforce challenges. While strategy provides vision and direction, legislation provides accountability and a mechanism for delivery. We therefore view the IAM Workforce Bill, giving legislative momentum to the Irish Medium Education Strategy, as a complementary measure to support the long-term sustainability of Irish medium education. From an Irish medium early years perspective, preschool and early years provision, particularly within the voluntary sector, has historically operated within limited legislative recognition and support, despite underpinning the entire Irish medium education sector and providing children with the foundations necessary for successful immersion education. While significant focus has been given to primary and post-primary education, the specialist workforce training and sustainability needs of Irish medium early years have often been overlooked. Workforce planning must therefore reflect the full Irish medium educational continuum, including the early years sector in its entirety. So, Gurmayagov, and I'll just hand over to Anya, who's going to speak more directly to the bill itself.
I'll gulp some water down here, I think, seeing the difficulties you found yourself. My own involvement in Irish medium education goes back 50 years to my role in the very first Irish medium school established in the 70s. I've maintained an active and consistent participation at strategic, operational, representative and advocacy levels ever since. My long career in Irish medium education has put me in a prime position to see the growth of Irish medium education and the emerging challenges. I have seen how awareness, attitudes and actions within the Department of Education have altered, from policy to funding to more effective infrastructural support systems. While none of it could have happened without constant campaigning from practitioners and parents from within the Irish medium sector itself, or without the consistent, measured and informed advocacy of key players, it would be churlish to deny the progress has been made, or to fail to recognise that we now operate within a context that is decidedly more benevolent. Nevertheless, significant challenges remain. Article 89 of the 1998 Education Order, which placed a duty on the Department of Education to encourage and facilitate the development of Irish medium education, was a legislative landmark. It was and remains the only legislative protection Irish medium education has. However, despite the legal imperative contained in Article 89, there has been justified criticism that the Department of Education's approach to its statutory duty has been less than fulsome. We believe, however, that the insufficiently precise or explicit wording of Article 89 left the achievement of a more comprehensive implementation vulnerable or compromised. The bill under discussion brings additional legislative force to a particularly problematic aspect of Irish medium delivery,
a properly trained workforce in sufficient numbers to meet the demand, and with training that is fit for purpose, is an absolute prerequisite for the delivery of a provision that meets the needs of pupils and the expectations of practitioners and parents. This bill can ensure that there is no ambiguity in what the legal requirement is, so we strongly welcome it. We don't regard it as a benefit that privileges Irish medium over other sectors. We regard it as an attempt to level the playing field, affirmative action to redress a legacy of decades of underfunding and inadequate support. We have a few comments, but firstly, with a question. This relates to the issue of training mentioned in the bill. Unfortunately, training for Irish medium education is often only seen in the context of skills and Irish language competence, or in the need to offer existing generic training in Irish. The need for training content to be specific to an immersion context has not been as readily factored into the picture. Additionally, and for many years, training for the Irish medium sector has also been dominated by a training model that prioritises generic competences over immersion-specific competences. These are generic competences developed by the General Teaching Council or within the mandatory qualifications framework for early years. This situation has not been to the benefit of practitioners nor to children. Following funding from DE, Altram has developed a training pathway for early years immersion training, including a significant section on immersion-specific competences, which now complements the mandatory qualifications framework. Most of these competences also apply across Key Stage 1 and Key Stage 2. They still apply, but with less intensity at Key Stage 3. This work allowed us to input significantly into the new initial teacher education framework, which now, for the first time, contains a substantial section on immersion-specific competences. We believe that it is important to maintain focus on this significant development by referencing the specificity of the training in the bill, and we wonder whether it is possible at this stage to insert the phrase "specific to the needs of an immersion pedagogy" at an appropriate place at 5C of the bill. Now I would like to refer to the bill in as far as it supports or impacts on the challenges facing Altram. Aisling has given a comprehensive and detailed exposition of the breadth of provision in Irish medium years and the challenges. Provision includes child and daycare, Sure Start, programmes for 2-year-olds and voluntary preschools. Altram's work also includes regular in situ practitioner support, workshops, training days, including for regulatory nursery classes, resource development for children, practitioners and families, committee support, representation and advocacy. Increasingly also, our expertise is being called upon to give immersion-based insights into generic educational training issues delivered by agencies outside the sector. Aisling has also given particular prominence to the significant issues of recruitment and retention within services on the ground, and how this compromises opportunities and learning outcomes for children. Hold on a second. We understand that the bill is to be inserted after Article 89 of the 1998 Education Order and functions within the constraints of Article 89. This presents a problem for our organisation. In Article 89, Irish medium education is defined as education provided in an Irish-speaking school. This definition does not cover the range of early years Irish immersion services within Altram's remit, including voluntary preschool immersion services. In effect, therefore, it would appear that this bill cannot, in fact, offer a solid legislative framework to the challenges that Altram has regarding recruitment, retention, or training, either at child or daycare or in voluntary preschool settings, nor to the additional staffing needs Altram might have in rolling out potential new IM-specific training to practitioners in preschool and foundation stage where it is most needed. I'm just going to have a wee drink here. This bill has been far-sighted and ambitious in its intent. It has recognised the importance of a properly trained workforce in sufficient numbers to meet the demand with training that is fit for purpose. It has placed the route to its achievement within an unambiguous, irrefutable legislative context. However, it would appear that because of the wording of Article 89, an important component is missing. This cannot be but a concern. It might be worth noting that statutory guidance on Gaelic medium education provided by Bord na Gaelic under Section 9 of the 2016 Education Scotland Act gives a broader definition to Gaelic medium education than contained in our Article 89. Its definition is teaching and learning by means of the Gaelic language. Additionally, for many speakers in this part of the world, Welsh language legislation is generally recognised as the gold standard to be aspired to. I think that this current bill might be based on the Welsh model. For that reason, it might be worth noting that Mudiad Maithrin, the agency that supports the Welsh language childcare sector in Wales, has a budget of over 9 million, over 5 million of which comes from central government. Our organisation has worked very hard to raise awareness about the importance of early years, preschool and foundation stage, about the role it plays in Irish immersion education, about the substantial additional skills required of practitioners, about the complexity and challenge of the task. We've had to work hard to raise this awareness even within the Irish medium sector itself. Our experiences as an IM early years support organisation over many years has given us a keen awareness that early years is the poor relation of the education sector in terms of its status and the priority given to it. The apparent limitations of the bill are frustrating, but rooted, we believe, in the wording of Article 89 itself. Nevertheless, we recognise the potential progress for colleagues signalled in the bill, and on that basis, we welcome it and support it.
Thank you, Anya, and Sinead. It had occurred to me that you would perhaps raise issues around Article 89 because it is very much schools focused, and again, just thinking of the organisations that you represent and support. That apologies, Aisling, that was my mistake. It could potentially be an area where you would feel that some of your organisations who are facing workforce challenges may not fall into the scope of any interventions on a workforce plan. So I don't have any immediate solution on that, so unfortunately it is as
expect you would,
as it falls today. The Deputy Chair, who is the bill sponsor of the private members bill, isn't with us today. He was unable to be here, and it might have been one for Pat to speak to in terms of that, and it may just be that at this stage, and I'll put it out there, that any amendment to Article 89 would potentially be too far reaching for a committee amendment at this stage. But I do think it would be worth, and we can certainly do this if the committee has agreed, highlighting those specific issues potentially for the bill sponsor, maybe to bring back a response to that at next week's committee sitting. My initial sense would be that while I absolutely do see the issues that you're raising, and I was interested to see if you did raise it today, that Article 89 does create those constraints, but I'm not sure whether or not it would be first of all viewed within the scope of the bill to make a substantive change to the overarching provision of the legal definition of Irish medium education. Whether a committee amendment could do that, could reasonably do that, but I think it does merit further committee consideration, and I think I would be, if members are agreed, and we can deal with this at the end of the session, if members are agreed, we can perhaps ask the bill sponsor to speak to that. Look, I had other questions to ask, but I think you set out the challenges really clearly, and I think everybody who's presented evidence in this bill who is involved in Irish medium education has set out the challenges. I don't think this is a bill where anybody is going to suggest that the challenges are particular. There are particular challenges for the Irish medium sector. I think that is just demonstrably the case. So I don't really feel the need to get into that. You've set it out very clearly for your settings. So I did want to maybe just pick up on you on that amendment that you'd highlighted, because I think it is worth considering in a wee bit more detail. would you be able just to go through again what amendment you are specifically proposing? It's around training needs.
Around training.
Yeah.
Training has been mentioned, but in a very kind of generalised way. It's just as indicated training, and I've made the point that training for the Irish medium sector is largely seen, very, very frequently seen in the context of bringing up practitioners' language skills, or in terms of generic training that is already available being translated and presented in Irish through the medium of Irish. So that's one aspect of the issue around training. But as well as that, for quite a number of years, the issue of training has been dominated by the General Teaching Council competences. And I was involved in the General Teaching Council at the time when they were being put together. And the interesting thing was that the generic competences, which cover any language context at all, there were 27 competences detailed. The generic competences were 27. For Irish medium or for immersion education and bilingual, and they put the two of them together, and they're not necessarily the same thing, they put them together, that was a 27-word statement. Now, a 27-word statement is not going to address at all the complexity and the substantial range of skills and knowledge that is required if someone was to teach effectively in an Irish medium context. But they have been that's the dominating model. The General Teaching Council expects that those are taken into account when training is offered. And alongside that then, we also have the mandatory framework for early years, and that mandatory framework is generic. So there is a very, very tiny, I think recently, additional or an optional module, but that in absolutely no way would cover the range of skills or knowledge that anybody working in an Irish medium early years context would need. So because of the domination of those kind of generic principles, I would have a fear that the combination of training is about it's about bringing up people's language skills, it's about giving existing generic training through Irish, and the fact that these competences dominate. I would be a bit concerned that there would be a tendency to think that's what training for Irish medium education was, and it most definitely is not. And the fact, for example, that the department gave our organisation money to develop competences because of the advocacy that we've made over many, many years. I remember speaking as far back as in 1998 to Marion Matchett about the problem around early years and the fact that the competences were all generic. So this is a long advocacy, and the DE then gave us money to develop these, which we have, and they cut across Key Stage Foundation, Key Stage 1 and Key Stage 2, and apply to some degree in Key Stage 3. It would be a shame, in fact more than a shame, it would be outrageous that the fact of those competences now being developed, that major initiative would be put to the one side, or there would be danger that would be put to the one side because of templates of delivery or models of thinking about Irish medium training dominating.
Yeah, no, that's very, very clearly put, and there's obviously, I think there's a possibility that with the new iteration of the General Teaching Council, whatever it looks like, that those competences may well be being redrawn again. And I think, again, having an Irish medium influence in that process is really important, but that's probably a separate consideration.
Well, we have actually, the framework is being developed
so
at the minute,
it's actively
and we have been able to input very significantly
which is really welcome, because it's that, I think it's so important. This is not just a school sector, it's a particular pedagogy, and I think the evidence we've heard repeatedly on this bill and other issues is at pains to emphasise that, and I think that's really important. So to clarify then on that, so you would be proposing an amendment there in that insertion into Article...
It's at 5C.
It's at 5C.
It's at 5C of the bill.
And it would be in that list, recruitment, retention, and then a specific reference.
And the word training is mentioned as well. Now, I'm not sure exactly where the appropriate point is.
It's development, I think, development.
They might have development.
Yes, it's
but development include Development covers a multitude.
Again, just for the record, so if we're taking it forward, what would be your form of words, just to be sure we've got that?
I had to insert specific to the needs of an immersion pedagogy. Or maybe put in a language immersion pedagogy. Yeah. Might be worth putting in. There's just when you bring it up, there was something else that we saw as well, and that was that the department is required to consult with a number of organisations and personnel, and again we note that Altram is not included amongst the agencies or personnel who should be consulted with, and again I think that is something that really would really need to be addressed.
That's also really helpful. We can pick those discussions up with committee members on that. We had a discussion before about whether or not that the consultee list did need expanding in any way, and that's something that was under consideration. But no, those are all really helpful issues for the committee to take up. As I said, sort of wider amendment of Article 89. We may be getting out of scope of the bill, but we'll certainly have those conversations. But I really appreciate the evidence. So, any other indications, Kathy? There.
Thank you. Dave Carcha, agus Fulchero, and Gurmila.
Thank you very much for being here.
The dedication that every one of you has to the sector, and how much of your own time that you give up. So really appreciate you being here today, especially you guys who are in settings all day as well, and then coming in here. Actually, I think you outlined the challenges. That was one thing I was going to ask about, was the challenges specifically for Irish medium, but within the early years sector. And I think you outlined that really well in your opening remarks. And like that was stark around the 3 sure starts that have closed too. One of the things I wanted to ask you about though was something that we've heard around this bill is that it's not needed because the Minister is going to bring forward his own strategy, and that was something we heard directly from officials. I would say I personally have a number of issues with that. The Minister's party's track record in Irish language in general probably being the glaringly obvious one for me, but also the fact that a strategy isn't backed up in legislation would be the other. And also that we know that's not even going to be within this mandate. It was middle of 2027 before we would even see sight of that. But if that strategy was delivered, it's my bill with this, or it's my view that this bill is designed to complement that. It's not to overtake that strategy. Would you have the same view on that?
Yes, we would completely agree that we see it as a complementary measure, and also to give that legislative force to the strategy, particularly around such a priority like workforce. And it's really encouraging to see that workforce features as a pillar within the strategy as well. Altram has been involved with the strategy team from the commencement, and we are hopeful that it does come to pass. And we have, committed so much of our own time, as have all the other people within the sector, the practitioners and other agencies that are contributing to the formulation of the strategy. But we also need to acknowledge that the strategy team are learning a hell of a lot from where we're coming from. The Irish medium sector to them is a new area, and they are taking on board the challenges, and there's a level of commitment and motivation there. So we're hopeful that all that hard work isn't lost. But we do see the bill as a legislative force that can bolster up the strategy.
That's good. That's positive here, because that seems to be the consensus right across the sector from any evidence that we've heard. And Minister kind of seems to stand in isolation in his view on that. The other thing then, and on you've mentioned a number of issues there to raise, and I know Pat, I can't speak for Pat, obviously he's not here, but I know that early years Irish medium is something specifically that he wants this to address, so I'm sure he will be more than happy to engage in any amendments that are required. And also, we know that there are a number of issues right across the Irish medium sector, but it would be such a wide scoping bill, and it was made very clear that any private members' bills that were coming in had to be narrow in scope, and we felt, I think, that workforce was the key issue that needed addressed urgently. but I do take on board that there are a number of other issues. So just on that, just beyond the workforce, are there any other legislative issues that you feel that do need addressed within Irish medium education, specifically in early years?
Well, more so when we're looking at not specifically with regards to legislation, but in and around the supports for our most vulnerable children, those early intervention supports, and the allied health professionals. So there's a lot of gaps in the service, and as far as we can see, and through our engagement with allied health professionals, there's a will there now to sort of progress and to put measures in place to support children and families. But any work that we're doing on around that is very much project based and small grant funded. So we do have concerns that there isn't that long term sustainable funding coming through to support the development of allied health professionals, being able to support the Irish medium early years sector and the children within it.
So specifically be around children, those children with additional needs and complex needs, and the likes of that as well then. Okay, that's great. Thanks very much. Thanks for your evidence.
Okay.
Kathy, Danny, you'd indicated?
Right. Thank you for everything. Sorry I was a wee bit late coming in. I actually was a couple of missed calls. I thought there was something really wrong, but my wee lad just finished first year of college, the first year, and he got 2 awards, so he was really pleased to show that there, and that's down to the work that you do for them. So I have to say that there, because it's so important, because it is a community. And Teresa, you would know this more, like where I represent them and where you run. How many parents come to me, particularly children with additional needs, who may need support in speech and language, and they end up being advised to push them towards English education. And I don't like to use the word that's discriminating, but it's almost like accidental discrimination, or they're taking a child away from their first language, the thing, because the support in the workforce isn't there. I'll just give you an opportunity to talk about that, because you know more than me about that, but it's something I don't think is talked about enough. People don't really realise that how big of an issue that is.
And it's not just speech and language. There are a lot of issues that we try to help our children with in the early years. Now, the schools do have support and they do have their units, but there has been nothing put into early years, and our practitioners are dependent on Altram to support them through a lot of that. Like, we have a centre at the minute, and there are about 1,200 people come through our centre on a weekly basis, and it's for a whole range of things. We're the only Irish language help that families can get in a whole range of things. Now, we have an excellent Sure Start in the area. We're part of that, and I chair that. But there are very few Irish language services in Sure Start. So if your first point of contact for your family is an Irish language playgroup or a drop-in session, you then have to be put towards the English sector for any support or help. There is nothing in Irish. There's no support coming towards any of us, and Sinead will be able to speak for that as well. She's in a similar position to us. So yes, we have the NICCY, we have the playgroups, we have all of those things, but we also have daycare, and we also have the children and the parents who come in for a drop-in, who come in for a chat. We have nowhere to take them. Nothing through Irish. Everything has to be done through English. And so it's a disservice to our families who they have chosen Irish. They want to live through Irish. The parents are learning Irish. They're bringing their children up through Irish. But unfortunately, there are very, very few and very limited services that they can engage with in Irish, like health visitors, school nurses, people who come out to see them, or programme for twos through Sure Start, or speech and language. They're all English. And so our staff have to learn how to do what normally a speech and language therapist will do in an English setting. And our Irish speakers have to do that on behalf of the speech and language therapists, because our children speak Irish, not English, in the setting.
Yeah, and I think that was very important to be heard today, because Kathy touched on it. I know Pat's not here, but as someone who's also bringing through a private members bill at the very beginning of the process, it is very much, you have to be narrow in focus. And I would say if you give had a wider scope, the bill would have so much more in it. And even hearing that today, the way you've expressed that just flags how important this is. This isn't like pitting one sector over another. Far from it. It's just about bringing it up to a level playing field.
Yeah.
To keep children.
Like when you look at it, if a child comes from an English-speaking family and they're going into their playgroup and they're going into their nursery to continue on with their primary education, they're coming in the language that they've been spoken from day dot. If children are coming to an Irish centre and their parents are learning Irish and that's what they have chosen, the children have to have that support before they get into nursery. Otherwise, you're setting them up for failure. And that is what is so important about our daycares, our playgroups, our NICCY, that we have the proper staffing, the proper training, the proper support from Altram, that all the children going into Irish Rangahanes are on the same level, the same playing field as all the English children going into primary one. And that is not there, that has never been there. And I think that really is something that needs to be addressed.
No, 100%. Thank you. And
just to come in there about the SLT and the allied health professionals, we had identified, obviously, through our work, the massive gaps there. And post-COVID, there seemed to be a massive rise in children with speech, language and communication needs. And that Irish medium's not unique in that. But we seen opportunities there to reach out to SLTs and different programme delivery agents such as Help Kids Talk, and identify programmes that we could potentially look at delivering to our practitioners and in turn offer that to our parents. So we initiated training and conversations with Help Kids Talk, and that has progressed. Where now we are looking at translating I know we're saying about the translation piece, but the translation offering bilingual key messages to parents through their materials that they offer, and we're also looking at progressing with some of their programmes to see if we can tailor it to the children in Irish medium early years. So we are hopeful that we can progress with that work. Again, we aren't funded to progress with that. That's very much based on small grants, and we do feel in and around the SLT work there has been a shift in mindset. They can see the benefits that the immersion model brings to the equation when we're talking about how we use our visuals, how we use gesture, voice intonation. I find it very difficult to keep my hands down because we talk with our hands a lot. But yes, our colleagues in the SLT world recognise the benefits of immersion and how, as a vehicle for communicating language and for language acquisition, it's the best model there. So we are finding as well that, Danny, you had said about the advice about children not coming to Irish medium, that is shifting a bit, and there's a keenness there within the SLT world to ensure that those children can access Irish medium early years if that's so. It's looking at ways they're reaching out to us to look at ways of building in those supports. So we have recently as well launched some of our communication resources. So we produced an outdoor communication board in consultation with the Sure Start SLTs, and that has been a great success, and it's been so successful that now English medium, I'm part of a steering group to develop them for English medium. So we are sort of leading in the language acquisition field. So when we see those gaps in communication, we are trying to develop those resources and supports. So it's about the relationships that we're building with the allied health professionals. It's making a difference.
If I could just come in, just to say that's all, that demonstrates the level of commitment that Altram have and the way that this sector works, and it is, really built on the back of a lot of voluntary work. But the difficulty, if I could just return to that, and not to be negative, is none of that is guaranteed. It's all short, small pockets of funding, and there's still an unequal spread in terms of access for parents. And when we talk about the pressures that the sector's under, the reality of that situation is then a service unavailable to parents rather than just not with me. Do you know, okay, I can't, actually if I can't meet your need, there may not be someone else who can in the Irish language context.
We had short on time, but just to finish off, Aisling.
Just to come in, you know, Sinead referred to a parent. We had a parent reach out to us who is raising her child through Irish, and she wanted to know if we were aware of any SLTs with Irish within her trust area. So we contacted one of our regional contacts, and they said no, not within that trust area, but there is in Belfast. So we sort of had the idea, here's an opportunity potentially that we could reach out on a regional basis, identify who the Irish speaking SLTs are, and establish some kind of regional support service. It sounds like a very easy fix, but it would be a great start. And we don't think it would be pulling away from other resource. We think it would be adding to the resource and ensuring that parents can access and children can access those supports regardless of their trust boundaries.
Well, thank you. We'll have to bring next member in now, which is Cara.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much to the panel. Really, really interesting there about Sure Start and the lack of, you know, Irish used in those spaces. And I think at the heart of this bill, it's all about equality. And if that is a child's first language and they develop in those early years, that's really important to note. And I'll be submitting a number of questions on that. I just wanted to ask, in your briefing, you had said there has been a severe decline, a sharp decline of the proportion of staff with 6 to 10 years experience going from 27% to 12.3%. So talking about the future leaders in the Irish medium sector, trainers, mentors, etc., it not only points to, I suppose, challenges in recruitment, but also retaining talent in the sector. How significant of a threat do you think it is for the long-term sustainability of the Irish medium sector?
It's a massive threat, Karen. You referenced there the leadership pool as well. That's diminishing. If our middle level practitioners are leaving, then that leaves us with no one to follow through. I think Sinead and Teresa can give a wee bit of insight into the realities of that.
I mean, I suppose what I would say is long term, it's a huge threat, but there's an immediate threat as well being posed by the same issue. We are significantly underserving the demand for our services is the bottom line. And we are prevented really from any kind of significant expansion. And that is to meet the demand of the parents who would seek to have Irish medium early years services. So there's an ongoing and long-term threat really because of workforce issues.
And there are certain areas, Cara, where there are pockets of higher demand. And we can see massive growth in areas like Armagh and South Derry, where the parental demand for Irish medium is growing, and people are reacting to that and responding by providing more parent and toddler, more storytelling, more library-based activity through Irish. So we're seeing these pockets and that growth. So there's a desire there. If we don't have the workforce to meet that, then we are constraining growth. And when we're looking at the early learning and childcare strategy as well, there are so many initiatives coming through the pipeline that we just do not have the workforce to deliver on. So for us, we want to be in a position where if there is expansion of Sure Start, we can jump in that. We're already identifying areas where Sure Start would take off in Irish medium. So the fact that we lost 3 was because of the recruitment and retention issue. So to have a workforce and a pipeline is crucial. And around the retention piece as well, it's very important to look at the quality that an immersion practitioner brings to the equation. It's an expertise. So to lose that expertise from the sector is a massive deficit. It's very damaging.
I think it might be worth saying as well that while we might have problems in terms of people coming through to take up positions because they have to have the combination of Irish as well as significant qualifications. So the pool that we can draw on in the Irish medium sector is much smaller than can be drawn on in the English medium sector. But I think, and this is a general issue for early years, I mean, this is not going to be something that has to be discussed very much in terms of this bill. But at early years, the salary rewards are pathetic. When you look at what they have, the levels of qualification they have to have, and people moving up through the levels, they're not getting the reward. So why wouldn't people leave? Sometimes they can get jobs in an Irish medium school and as a classroom assistant. Sometimes people use it as a route towards becoming a teacher. So there's a couple of things going on there, but a very, very significant part of it is the issue of salaries. I mean, I know that's a general problem for the voluntary early years in general. So.
And not to sort of take away from our statutory colleagues in the Irish medium sector, but that does seem to be, there's a bit of an exodus there from we will put the, when the school leaver through their training, they receive their qualifications, they progress, they get to a certain point and the school will need Irish medium classroom assistants. So the voluntary sector is losing staff to the statutory sector because the pool, as Anya said, the pool is so small. But when they're moving to statutory, if they're going one-to-one with a child, there's a massive disparity there in the salary. So they can come from being a deputy leader in an NICCY to Cúnta Ranga in a one-to-one in a school and get more in their pay packet. So, I mean, yeah.
You've articulated it. Thank you so much to you all. You've really articulated there the demand, the lack of available workforce, the attraction elsewhere other than the early years setting, and the challenges that really exist. Really fascinating stuff. And I'll be asking a number of questions on this because I think it really is important in those developmental years that we hone into where the investment and the retention of staff and that focus needs to be. But ladies, thank you. I have honestly gained so much knowledge in this briefing, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Cara and Julie. You've indicated.
Thank you. I'm going to try and lower my hand first here. Sorry. Thank you, Chair, for letting me in. And thank you to all the panel members for being here today. I really appreciate your contribution and the passion you've brought to the table. I do want to say, and at the risk of sounding like a broken record, the contrary to what is said quite often, our party is not hostile to the Irish language. And I said this last week and I'll say it again. For me, as long as a child's getting a good quality of education, the language that they choose or their family choose for them to learn it in, that's okay. It's no odds to me. I was just really interested to know if your teaching staff and your support staff, if you have any sort of rough idea of how many of them are trained either formally or in their own time in the use of love, just for those children that maybe have additional needs or even speech language delay, because I do know of the issues with Irish medium SLTs. Thank you.
Well, thanks for your question there, Julie. That would apply more to the school setting, where a lot of the children entering the NICCY will either be in the initial stages of assessment, or very few will come through with a statement at that juncture. So I wouldn't really have the data around those. Just to say, we are looking, I've been in consultation with a researcher in Stranmillis, and we are hoping to capture a bit more data around the workforce piece, but looking at the full breadth from naught right through to foundation stage, just to look at the profile, the qualification profiles, and where those gaps are in workforce, aside from the immersion pedagogy qualifications.
No, thank you so much. Through you, Chair. No, I don't use Love. I can just about spell Love using the signs, but I do use Makaton, and I do know that there's like a lot of success for children. Even like my daughter's non-verbal and she's 2, and I'm already using Makaton with her, so I see the value in it. So I was just really curious in that. So thank you very, very much.
I just apologise, Julie. I wasn't sure what the word you were saying. Sorry, I apologise. But yes, we have actually no, it was the Love thing. We would yes. So we have actually trained in Makaton. So we promote Makaton as a very useful means of communication for non-verbal or pre-verbal children as well. So we try to integrate that into a lot of the supports. If there are children coming in the NICCY, we will look at, right, well, what is the best support here? Our team are so highly skilled. We're so lucky to have them, that they have those skills to observe children when they come in and identify. We do think we need to signpost different services or support. So Makaton would be one of those supports that we would.
And you would have a number of staff in settings that are trained to use LAO as well with the children, particularly in the programme for 2s and the Sure Start programmes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
No worries.
Welcome.
Thank you, Julie. That brings us to the end of no other indications, so that's the end of that evidence session. There are a few bits to pick up around the amendments specifically, and I think for other members that they'll also be, I think I've already indicated, they might be picking up some of the the wider early years challenges within Irish medium separately. So you'll probably find you'll have some contact from other members on the back of this, but we really appreciate your time and engagement with the bill. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
So, just while the witnesses are making their way out, it has been in my mind to say this throughout the whole meeting, and I keep missing it. A juncture, John had been in touch to say that he wanted to register a formal apology for today's meeting. He'd hoped he would be able to join remotely, but was unable to. So if that could just be noted. Okay. So I'll maybe just ask the clerk to speak to any actions just in relation to the 2 amendments that were proposed by the witnesses there. We are sort of starting to get quite up against it in terms of our committee timelines for this bill, but there were 2 amendments that were suggested there. One is a specific amendment around just a reference to Irish medium pedagogy in terms of the development of the workforce, and that might be something we could explore with the Bill's office, and hopefully we'd have time to do that. The amendment to the Article 89 of the 1998 order. Now this bill does insert various additional provisions into that or following that article. I would be unsure as to whether or not we would be within scope of this bill to alter the definition of Irish medium education. That might be a bridge too far for committee, but I'm happy to have the discussion. So we maybe could ask the clerk to speak to just maybe next actions in relation to those, and then get a committee decision on that.
Yeah, certainly, Chair. So there was one proposal to insert in 5C specific to the needs of immersion pedagogy, and then the other suggestion was that the kind of older definition of Irish medium education might be amended to include voluntary preschool, foundation stage and daycare. So that does seem like a more significant change to be proposing, but the bill office are not available to advise just now, and given that the bill sponsor isn't here today, maybe I can let them know about the discussion that the witnesses had, and see if the bill sponsor wants to take that forward with the bill office and come back to the committee, maybe similarly to the way that Danny's operating. Just with given the time.
I think given the time scales, that feels like a reasonable way through it. I want to be really clear. I had a suspicion that they might raise this in detail around that Article 89, because it does potentially mean that a lot of their settings aren't going to be in scope of the bill, and I understand that will be disappointing to them, but again it is when you're working in that narrow scope of a PMB whether that would be feasible or not. I would be certainly content to propose, I think, on that bigger, more substantive amendment, that I think to flag that with the bill sponsor and for him to engage with the bill's office and perhaps speak to that next week when we move to hopefully formal clause by clause on this bill. In terms of timescales, in terms of commissioning that, potentially commissioning amendment advice around that insertion that was proposed around the needs specific to the needs of Irish media and pedagogy, would members have a view around whether that's something we'd want to pursue, to at least see what the text of that would look like if that could be turned around in the week? It's been a very, very specific request from the witnesses, but I'm content to, whichever option we go with.
I'm happy to second, Chair. Yeah.
Okay, so Cara, you'd be in support of that. Are we content to do that? Looking, if there is an issue with timescale that it means it isn't deliverable, and it would purely be for committee to consider, Danny?
Yeah, it's just as someone went through it as well. It may be actually easier since the first one to maybe let the bill sponsor do maybe both, maybe come back like I'm doing, just to keep it clean. Maybe I've just
look, and I am open to that in terms of process, but whatever is better. I suppose it is just the slight concern around just getting it turned around in the week. But I'm happy to take your advice on that in terms of the best way.
That one's so simple and clear that we could just instruct it by email now and then get the ball rolling on it,
and I think flag that with the bill sponsor, and if he wants
everybody
to
who wants
intervene with the
can put their
bill's
name to
office,
it afterwards.
No, I think that's a way through. It may be time will beat us on that, and it doesn't go forward in the committee report, but we can see where we land with that. Okay, so I don't think there's any other actions arising from that, so are we content to take those action forward and not close that item if we're agreed? Okay, next item on the agenda, it is item 8, and it is the consideration of the survey results for the Education Holiday Meals Payments Bill. In terms of actions on this, sorry, I'll just get to the right section of a briefing. So since publishing the initial pack, one more response was received in relation to this bill from Safe Food, which has been included in the draft summary table. That's page 27 of tabled papers, and a number of other written submissions have been received, and they're also included in your tabled papers. We have Community Foundation, NI, Women's Policy Group and Storehouse, NI Women's Budget Group, Joint UU and Women's Regional Consortium paper, and then we also have the correspondence from the Executive Office regarding the bill, which is at page 97 of table papers, which the clerk has already spoken to, and we've disposed of that item. So we then have the clerk's memo, page 16 of tabled papers for this item, and I will ask the clerk to speak to all of those papers.
Okay. So let me just say,
if there's nothing to add to those other than that, I think we'd be adding those to the written submissions to the bill folder.
Effectively, and we've had already just some updating with Danny as bill sponsor, just to make sure that the complexity of the replies has been adequately reflected, because these papers will be the basis for the committee report on the bill. So I don't know if you wanted to speak to that at all.
Oh, just what I sent in there, just my reading of the initial one didn't.
There was an initial one where the summary that the team had given didn't reflect the granularity of the detail. I always wanted to say that. To the bill sponsors' satisfaction, and that was absolutely fair comment. So that is the tabled version has updated that. And really the only other thing then about that bunch of papers is that also tabled today is it was supposed to be kind of like a high level note from Advice NI, and it was what they were intending to say next week when they came along, and effectively they've decided that the committee would be better, because we're about to move on to consideration, to kind of get out of the evidence taken phase, and they're happy that everything's been covered. So they've made a written submission via Citizen Space, and also then that kind of priority point that they wanted to make, they've sent that through. So that's where we are.
No, I think that's fine then. So Danny, you wanted to comment?
It's just to thank them for all of the groups who have written in, but Advice and I think it was a practical way forward at the high end stuff, and look, it ticks every box that needs to be ticked, and the evidence is there. So for me, the committee stages went pretty well for the evidence side of it anyway.
No, thank you, Danny. And again, I was of the view that obviously we wanted to open up to as many people to bring evidence as possible. And I think the idea of a lived experience panel would have been welcome, but I think that maybe wasn't going to be possible to deliver. And I would be content that probably another series of evidence sessions debating the principles of the bill probably wouldn't have moved the committee stage on very far. So I think the written advice from NI was very helpful. So I think we have agreement then that we're adding those papers to those submissions to the bill folder, and we'll be moving, we would hope, to informal consideration on a clause by clause basis next week on this bill. That is obviously caveated by subject to the amendment advice coming through and all of that, so that we've got all of that information before us. But other than that, I think we're okay to move on. So item 9 on the agenda is the consideration of the survey results and informal clause by clause consideration for the Irish Medium Education Workforce Plan Bill. So before we get into the detail of this, can I get members' agreement, as this is going to include an informal clause by clause consideration of the bill, to move into closed session if we're agreed? All agreed? So if we could just move into closed session then.
Committee Room 29. Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, 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 Sound.
Okay, so that is us back into public session of the committee, and just for anyone watching and for the record, we had a discussion around any queries or questions around the Irish Medium Workforce Plan Bill, and carried out a short informal clause by clause consideration of the bill in advance of what we anticipate would be formal clause by clause consideration at next week's committee meeting. Okay, that's if everyone's content. We then move on to item 10 on the agenda, and that is the committee strategic review of current SEND provision and transformation agenda. Now, we have a couple of things added there. We have at page 127 of the table papers, we have the independent autism reviewer has provided an update to her original submission, and I think I want to just seek agreement at this stage that we are content for that to be added to the inquiry papers. They're agreed. And then we also have a written submission which I would be proposing we add to the papers from EBSA Horizons around the interaction between emotional based school avoidance and SEN, if we're agreed to add those. I'll ask the clerk to speak to this paper, but I think we'd probably just be seeking agreement to add those papers as we're going to be hopefully getting the draft report next week. Is that right? Is that where we are?
Yeah, so I have emailed you all a current draft of the SEN review report, and you'll see that, so the last time you saw it, it had quite a considerable number of recommendations and subsequent to that the Deputy Chair emailed quite a lot of recommendations as well about the Irish medium experience of SEN transformation. So the version that you have now has got those put together as conclusions, and I would what I would like to do is kind of boil them up into slightly more higher level recommendations for the final version. But there is quite a lot of detail in this. So I've described the governance phase where we tracked back to PAC recommendations and other reviews, and so you can kind of see how that links up with the current transformation agenda. And then in the middle you've got your current provision and how that reflects on the transformation agenda. So essentially you're wanting to be in the space of making helpful suggestions to bring that stakeholder experience to bear on the transformation agenda. And the Autism Reviewers document that she sent us actually has got lots of lovely infographics and things in it, but she's kind of in that helpful space drawn on her literature review and asserted like basically certain things about this jurisdiction and how we approach special educational needs, and then she's also provided some questions that the department can use to basically proof or health test its transformation agenda, and that leads right back to is the experience that the child at the centre of this having, is that improving, is that better now than it would have been before the transformation agenda was affected. And it also if to children with similar needs in different parts of the jurisdiction were to fetch up at school and have these requirements, would they be experiencing a consistent level and extent and speed of support? So that I think is quite nice material to be concluding on, and that's where I've put it just now, but please give me your feedback. And if you want other organisations to have the detail of their submissions reflected in greater detail, please let me know, because we can relatively easily do that. There is going to be a massive Excel spreadsheet with this and appendices with all of the evidence anyway, but let me know about the emphasis, please.
That's great. No, and we have heard a huge amount of evidence on this, both written and oral, and I think with the subject matter, that was always going to be the case, and I think there will be the challenge to distill this down to those high level recommendations. So if I could put on record my thanks to you and your team for all the work to bring this together.
It's helped me a lot.
So thank you, and to Mark at the back this afternoon. If I could just maybe ask for your steer at this stage in terms of what you need from members between now and next week, and what the timeline would be to getting a final version agreed, if you could maybe speak to that.
So any recommendations that you feel are really crucial to the final draft, and any organisations that you want to raise their evidence maybe a wee bit higher up in the report than it is at the minute.
And so then we would be anticipating a final draft for discussion at next week's committee.
Yeah.
So I think if that can be tabled by Tuesday afternoon, then that would allow members time to engage with that, and hopefully we can get this signed off. And I think it's unlikely we will get plenary time on this before recess, but hopefully we could get something scheduled after recess to have the motion on the committee report debated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Certainly.
If we're all agreed with that course of action, then we can move on to the next item. Now, we've covered item 11, which is correspondence. We covered that earlier in our meeting, so that takes us to Forward Work Programme. And I'd refer you members to the draft Forward Work Programme, which is at page 157 of tabled papers. I don't know if there is much to say to that at the moment, as really we are just taken up with legislative activities really up until now, and we break up, but are members content to endorse that, or does anyone have anything they particularly want to add at this stage?
We'll just advise and I are not come in now next week,
yes,
and that will give us a wee bit more time. There are quite a few things actually filtering into our autumn plan, and you did have some pre-legislative briefing this morning at your concurrent meeting on the 16 to 18 legislation and what that might entail. We've got a day of integrated education updates from DE, IEF and NICCY hopefully as well on the 30th of September. NICCY is in there penciled in, the Open University are penciled in, an academic who would like to speak to the committee about phonics and literacy, who's been in touch before. Sharon McMaster is penciled in, and then I have down that stakeholder event that everyone an underachievement one with Boys Model, Karen Orr and ARC, is it?
Yeah, I think there'll be, I would say once we go out to our stakeholder list, there would be substantial interest in that. I think there would be a lot of groups keen to speak, but yeah, that would be good to take that forward.
And we were hoping to have a concurrent meeting with health before the summer, but I think, even as an optimist,
suggest we maybe move to pessimism on that one for that one item. Danny,
it's just a sort of ask for best estimate, no pressure, but just with the informal clause on Pat's PMB, hopefully we'll be doing informal clause on mine. Would you have any estimate when we possibly have the committee reports done and dusted for both PMBs, roughly?
Well, you have to decide that you're ready, that you've got enough information, and that you're content to do it before the summer. But we are aiming to do it before summer recess. So we would have drafts second last week, and then on the 1st of July hopefully the committee could sign off on both of those, and that would be the end of the committee stages. So even though you already have some time to run, so obviously if something really exciting happens in the meantime, you can really run it to the wire and have a week in September. I think it would be more comfortable not to be in that position.
Yeah, agreed. And look, I think
if possible,
we will be getting into the inspections committee stage. We're anticipating the introduction of 16 to 18, and we have a full agenda of other issues coming through. So no, I would agree on that. I would just emphasise that just in case, my sense would be as if we are not able to get your bill over the line by July, that I think members may need to just be prepared for that week before we are due to sit on the 16th of September in committee, that when the business committee sit in, that there may, if there is a need to do a single item meeting just to deal with any loose ends on your bill, I think we should consider being available for that. But my full intention is that the preferable outcome is July. Yeah,
that'd be brilliant.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you for all your work.
Okay, so I think we're content to, yes, no, I did, genuine thank you to everyone. I know in terms of all the legislation we're juggling at the minute, and reports, there is a lot to do, and I don't underestimate the work that goes into all of that from everyone in the team.
So we've got Scandinavia as a pending item in the work.
I'll move on. I think that's us agreement to endorse the forward work programme, and moves us on to item 13, which is any other business. Is there any other business? No. I suppose I should just note, I might pick up, if members are content to pick up the concurrent meeting with economy and chairperson's business next week, to just make sure we all have time to reflect on any actions arising. Item 14 is date, time and place of next meeting, and that is scheduled for Wednesday the 24th of June, 2 p.m, room 29, Parliament Buildings and online. And that just leaves me to put the question that the committee meeting does now adjourn. Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Great.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks all.
Committee Room 29. Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, 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 sound.